Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は455日目です。It is day 455. We are going to have a 0 day tomorrow, so we can catch up on some stuff later in the day. Let's get right into it. Looks like we might have 2 or 3 things in action. Go relatively quick.
Esa. Kaminari.
You're bored of doing math? Then don't do math.
So cute.
Well, you come back to math. Needing doesn't mean you do it all at once. Which is what I said 2 days ago and yesterday.
Kozutsumi.
Good. Shio?
潮時黒潮
北斗七星。
Like, you keep making the same mistakes, and then when you try to learn something, it's hard to remember that's the method to use when the question is slightly different. It's really demotivating, and stop demotivating yourself. Do something else that you can do, and then come back to it. And take your time with figuring out why you made the mistake. You're making the same mistake because you never learned from your mistake. You have things explained to you, so you don't learn anything.
Aseru.
Kitsune.
Is it a waste to do things you can already do? I mean, it's a waste when you don't learn anything from it. But no, it's not a waste. You get better at doing it. So if it's a waste, the big waste is determining if the thing you're repeating is wasteful. So if you keep making the same mistake, then you're wasting your time because it doesn't get closer to your goal. How are you keep making the same mistake? Because you never learned from the previous mistake. So you get better at making the mistake. You don't get better at not making the mistake when you don't understand why you make the mistake. So it works both ways. When you practice something and you practice a mistake, you get better at making the mistake. You don't actually get better at not making the mistake. You get better at not making the mistake by figuring out how to not make the mistake. That's kind of like the whole deal with doing something the same thing over and over again, or doing something you already do. It gets better or for worse. So if you keep making the same mistake and you don't do anything about it, then you keep making the same mistake and you're going to make it even better. As in, the mistake becomes more frequent. That's what's often referred to as a bad habit. And it's only bad because you think it's wasteful. So if you think mistakes are wasteful, you're going to try to avoid them. And when you avoid them, you don't solve them. That's kind of a cycle of stuff. So the TLDR here is when you make a mistake and your first reflex is to go have it explain it to you, then that means that explanation has to be comprehended. How do you comprehend it? It has to be in the context of how you make the mistake. So if you don't understand the mistake, your context comes from here. So the mistake, you're supposed to understand the context of the mistake, which then you get an explanation so you can comprehend why you made the mistake. If you don't do this, then what you're going to do is you're going to get the mistake explained to you and it's going to go back to the mistake. So then you're going to do the same thing. You're going to keep going back to this. This, with context and comprehension, leads to not making the mistake. So then the next time you go and make the mistake, which can happen, you get to either go in this direction and decide to repeat the mistake, or you go back down this hole until this becomes greater than this. Which doesn't happen because what you typically do, in my opinion, is you take a mistake, you read something as one-to-one, but have no comprehension of it. Because every time I ask you, how did you make the mistake? There's one step here that is missing. You're not explaining how and why you made the mistake. In order to read something or comprehension to not make the mistake. This is not the same thing as reading to get the correct answer. I often hear you and the likes of other people who, when you read something, is to get the correct answer. This has very little to do with not making mistakes. You didn't correct your mistake. You look for the right answer. So the mistake you keep making, the nature of the mistake you're making, is not explained by knowing the correct answer. It's by knowing the nature of the mistake to not make it anymore. So you can turn a mistake into a not mistake, which leads to a solution. And that solution can still lead you back to the correct answer. So that's the part that you don't spend any time on, because it's faster to know the correct answer. It's much harder for you if you don't practice. It can be easy when you practice it. It's if you're curious about why you made the mistake. The routine that I was doing when I was reading the question and I was reading the rationale, I was reading it for myself. I was trying to demonstrate that I need to understand how to not make mistakes, how to minimize mistakes or misunderstanding. So it requires you to read the things. Here's another big one. When you don't make a mistake, when you get the correct answer, right, there's something above here. So when you get the correct answer, what do? Do you move on? So if you decide to move on, then that's all you'll ever know. You'll only know what is correct, and that's it. How do you understand another way not to make a mistake? When you get a correct answer, you look at the wrong answers or the less good answers. Learn from that, and you can still learn to not make mistakes and confusion while still having correct answers. So that is something you can do, and that's what we did yesterday. We did that yesterday. Despite me knowing or rationalizing the correct answer, we read all the other answers, because you have to read all the other answers to understand why they are not the correct answer. That is how you stop focusing on getting and confirming everything you know, which is very limited. You make mistakes because you only know a limited amount of information. So knowing why the mistake was made is something you skip. You don't ever think you make mistakes, is my honest opinion. And what I mean by that is, how do you know you made a mistake? How do I know that someone understands that they made a mistake? They first take accountability for it. So that's twofold. A mistake can be, you can be told that you made a mistake, or you can be held accountable for making the mistake. A grade typically gives you a form of accountability, but being told that you're wrong is different, and accepting that is different from taking the grade, figuring out why and how you made it, and then learning how not to make it. That's accountability. When you're saying something is wrong, and then you go and have it explained to you, and it's like, all right, I'll just know this right answer for next time. That's zero accountability. You have not entered an accountability stage. You do not understand why and how you made the mistake. So you can still get right answers. You can continue to get right answers. It's not going to fix or avoid whatever it is that's constantly making you make the mistake. I have no idea what it is. Because whenever I ask you how or why, you're like, it's too hard to explain. I'm like, okay, well, you don't have to explain it to me if you don't need my help, right? Like, if you don't, I can't give input for things you can't explain to me. I can observe and then I can tell you, but it's still up to you to know why and how. Because even if I can explain it to you by observing you, you still need accountability in order to start working on not to make mistakes. So for example, someone can know all the right answers in an exam. For example, if you had 100 multiple choice questions, right? You have 100 multiple choice questions. How many, and each multiple choice question has 4 possible answers, right? That is 400 answers. If you have a student that knows all 100 correct answers, they only know 100 correct answers. If you give me a student who can explain all 400 answers, I would take this student over this student. Without a doubt. No contest. A student that is able to know the correct answer and know why the other 3 are better answers. In these standardized tests, they don't necessarily have only right or wrong answers. They have better and less better answers. They have best answers and questionable answers, and then outright answers. So no, there isn't technically only one correct answer for most of these questions. They have one best answer. So the idea of constantly saying you made a mistake is also a mistake. That's kind of one of the things. Like, if you think your answer is marked wrong, like you chose A and the quote-unquote correct answer is D, you have to explain why you chose A over D, because you might actually be correct in the way you thought about it, but they would explain a rationale for D, which ends up flowing with what they think is the best logic. And that is kind of what you're supposed to learn. You have to learn how your logic does not correlate with their logic. I understand the easiest ones you get, like the easiest ones you do well is when there is a right and wrong answer, which is like, do you know the definition of a vocabulary word? It's either going to be yes or no. And even in that situation, I would tell you that you can probably learn the vocabulary word's definition based on the prompt. The prompt could possibly even define the vocabulary word for you. But that's not what you think about. You think about, you test yourself if you know the correct definition of the vocabulary word, which is kind of like this. If you know the definition of this word, it's not going to necessarily tell you how useful it is in a sentence. So oftentimes, you do really well when you remember a fact, but you do not comprehend why the fact exists. So that's kind of the one thing that can be a little tough, and that's for comprehension. So the test largely tests for comprehension, which is when you make a mistake of comprehension, it's not saying you know the right answer. It's saying, where did your comprehension go? So if you made a mistake, it's more about the way you think, in my opinion, that you're trying to solve, not what's the right answer. So, like, for example, if I have an example, let's see if we get an example. Just now you said you're bored of math. And my suggestion is, then don't do math. Do something else. And then your response was, I need to do math. So if your comprehension of what I said, don't do math, what does that have to do with you need to do math? I didn't say you don't need to do math. I said don't do math, do something else. And my response to you need to do math is you do something else and you come back to math. Because your logic dictates that you only confirm your suspicions. You did not read and comprehend what I said. I didn't say you don't need to do math. I said don't do math and do something else. Like, for now. Right? So I would need to explain to you that I mean for now. So then I responded to that. But how you jump to the conclusion that I'm suggesting that somehow you're not going to get to math, that's kind of, it's not the thing. You said math is boring. Now, you're bored of doing math now. That doesn't mean you're gonna not be bored later, but it also means you might not be bored after doing something else. And when I said do something else, you still need to do the other things too. So when you make a counter argument and say you need to do math, yeah, you need to do other things as well. There are so many other things you need to do. So if your argument is to need to do math, you also need to do 3 other things. If you're bored with math now, are you telling me you could make a counter argument and superseded me and said, well, I'm bored with everything else too. And then I would say, well, that sucks. Then go do something you don't need to do. Right? These are the comprehension stuff. So first you said you're bored with math. So my suggestion is pick something that you're not bored with. That's, you know, ruling out stuff that we talked about. So pick something that's not bored. You circumvented my argument by doing something else, specifically not something that you're bored in, and you said you need to do math. Right? You need. Well, then my counter argument is, yeah, the other things that you're not bored with, you also need to do. So now what? You're going to say, well, all right, all the things you need are bored, which would be an argument to counter my argument, and I would say then go do something that's not boring, right? And then you can make a counter argument. It's like, well, is there anything that is not boring that you need to do? And you can make an argument like, oh, all the things that are not boring, you don't need to do, right? And that would where we would be in the argument. It's like, okay, so you're saying that all the things that you're not bored in, you don't need to do. So if you don't need to do the things that you're not bored in, the things you are bored in, at least you need to do them. So they are more important than the things you don't need to do. That's a cyclic argument. So this would be the path that we would go if we continued that line of thought. I would go back and argue, well, you just told me the things that are not boring, you don't need to do. So which one's more important? The boring things that you need to do. Then go back to doing math. Right? There's no perfect solution, but the idea is this is comprehension of logic. Like you can make arguments like this for days and then you would cycle around here. So if right now you think math is really boring, what else do you need to do that's not math? Can you find something that you need to do that's not boring? That would be a great start. And then when you are bored of that new thing, go ask yourself, is math boring again? If it's not boring for the moment being, go back to math. The thing from 3 days ago when I was talking about how you arrange your, like, spread out your subject matters that you have to do, it was to literally counter this. This was the problem that I foresee. What do you mean? Mika is here, James. I don't know what's your deal with using bro there, but that's kind of weird. Anyways. Alright, so I'll let you think about what you want to do. Yeah, YouTube metrics are not reliable. Just saying. Yeah, YouTube metrics don't update in real time. There's actually an ongoing error with view counts. Yeah. Technology, I know. Anyways. Like, here's the thing about your mistakes. If you are getting something to explain the correct answer, it doesn't quite help you stop making mistakes. It helps you get the right answer. So that can be a solution for now. So here's the thing. I'm not saying what you're doing is not going to help. If you make a mistake and you keep on focusing on trying to get the correct answer, right? That will be often sufficient to get a good grade. Like, you know, you've had kids who memorize things just for a test and then they lose that information, right? However, when you are reading how to get the correct answer, it's not going to address how you're repeating the same mistake. That's not the same thing. Like, you have to understand how the correct answer is related to the mistake you're making. So, like, if I keep telling you the answer is A, but you have no reason to understand why it's A, you keep thinking it's C, I'm not explaining to you why you keep thinking it's C, right? The explanation, you have to look in the explanation, which, for the record, that software that we used yesterday It was really great. It explains the rationale of both the correct answer and the not as good answers. Like, it explained the best answer and it also explained why the other answers are less good. And then some of them are downright wrong. So it's great if you read all of it. But from my brief interaction with you yesterday through like all the words, you read none of it. I asked you a couple of times, like, oh, do you read the rationale? And you're like, sometimes, or like, that's what the impression I get. And then when you get the right answer, I'm like, do you read the rest of them just to see like how it compares to the correct answer? Doesn't really quite understand what that is. And then when I'm reading the thing, like I was literally reading out loud. I wasn't reading out loud for my own benefit, for the record. I read out loud because I do that in my head. But I was reading it and going through the steps that I would do to demonstrate how I would go through the questions. And then I was reading the rationales, or wanting to read the rationales, is because that's how I would understand if my logic is sound or it agrees with them. In fact, a lot of times when I read the rationale, there were a couple of times when I'm like, oh wait, they made a better point than I did. Like, I still got to the right answer, but I didn't get to it the way they got to it. And that's important because there are multiple ways to get to the correct answer. There's also multiple ways to not repeat the same mistake. And there's also multiple ways to turn your mistake into the first step to getting a different outcome. So like, if you keep making the same mistake, use that to your advantage. If you think you're always going to say, oh yeah, this means this, add one more step to it. This means this, which also means this. So if you're reliably making the same mistake, you can use that reliable trigger to get to the whatever behavior that you want before. That deals with learning from your mistake. If your mistake is not connected or associated to get the process of getting the right answer, then you didn't learn from your mistake. The mistake is not part of the correct answer. So what happens is you can still continue to get correct answers without understanding why you keep repeating the same mistake. That's compartmentalization. You got bored of doing the thing you usually do to not be bored, and you also don't have the time to do something that doesn't contribute to exams. You dislike that it's boring, but you think the constant, well, then you gotta do one or the other. Repeated mistakes make it quite frustrating due to the extent when the stacking of boredom and frustration makes it more really miserable, so you want to get out of the same mistake loop. Since you don't know how not to be bored, you have to address one of those things. What kind of math problems are being asked? I don't know what the math problems are. We didn't go over math problems. Math problems, geometry, trigonometry, and then algebra, largely. So yeah, geometry, trigonometry, geometry/trigonometry, and then algebra is what they have. And usually the math ones are mathematical proofs. Graph is trigonometry and geometry. So she has like the graph parts are dealing with depiction of data. Oh, she has statistics too. There is some form of statistics like tables and like bar graphs and stuff that I noticed too. But that's the math stuff. The things that we are talking about is like the vocabulary thing. But for her, she's bringing up math, and her math is the not test score stuff, but her class stuff. So she has to do math. What is it? Math. Do you have is stats separate? So it was what? CS, math, art, and SATs. Calculus is not in the curriculum. Pre-calc as much as I think. There's pre-calc, but pre-calc is like differential equations and whatnot. The calculus that she's taking is what I would qualify as pre-calculus. She is doing some derivative work though. Like there was mention of derivations, so differential equations and derivations. Not like conceptual calculus. I highly doubt next year is going to be the calculus that I feel James is referring to. However, that is a distinct possibility is because I'm still old hat. It's quite rare that high school students do calculus. It's typically pre-calculus work. I guess we'll find out. Perhaps James have some insight as to why, or perhaps James might have some inspirations to make math a little less boring, I suppose. For the record, you mentioned frustration. And frustration, the source of frustration is repeated mistakes. And then you think that mistakes are somehow, these are related to exchange with boredom. And I'm going to give some alternative perspectives about this. Apathetic. Incomprehensible. Lack of progress. So if I had to think about the sources of this triangle, or even probably a little bit more complex, this circle of stuff that you're talking about, like you get quite frustrated, and then the boredom stacks up, and then so on, this loop that you're in. The things that I would probably address is your mistakes, address your incomprehensibility of your mistakes, find something that alleviates your apathy, because you're apathetic about the subject you have, maybe an application or I don't know, a form of motivation, some sorts, to address apathy. Because again, boredom is not the same as apathy. I'm saying the source of your boredom is being apathetic. And then frustration is often the source that is most consistent, is a lack of visible or knowing of progress. And progress is tied to either avoiding mistakes, not making mistakes, or getting the correct answer more consistently. However, in order to do this, you have to address your incomprehensibility of your own critical thinking to know why you're making a mistake and how you're making the mistake. Which this can potentially use some sort of outside source of inspiration to solve that, which it can possibly be explained by someone other than you. But I would say usually this would deal with more, unfortunately, to be caring about it more, which then leads back to the problem of your apathy. So that's kind of what we're working with here. So I suggested maybe you should take a shot at trying to comprehend your mistakes, or do something to address your boredom, which is something that you are more motivated to do than that one. It's not yes, it's exciting, and no, it's boring. Now we're talking about more like you're bored find something less boring. It's still going to be boring, but it's less boring. That might address your apathy. Or you can go and find something that addresses your mistake. And having explanations for why people make constant mistakes might be interesting. Not looking for the correct answer. It's not to explain the correct answer. It's to look for material that explains common mistakes or common repeated patterns, so you can try to comprehend what the mistakes are. Obviously, I got none of this from you, because whenever I asked you why you're bored, you would probably tell me it's hard to explain. Why or how you make the mistake, it's probably too hard to explain. Why are you frustrated? This one, you can probably explain to me pretty well. In fact, you used frustration as the first source that's explainable to connect to boredom and mistake. Like, you explained that the mistakes are the source of your frustration, and then boredom stacks onto it, right? So that, no problem there. And lack of progress, you can visibly see your progress. It's your grade, right? Or whatever your consistency and whatnot. So I wouldn't say frustration would be something you handle with. Mainly it's probably your source of mistakes, or how you're making the mistakes, and your boredom. There's something missing in all of this that I'm trying to avoid your focus. I barely said anything about understanding correct answers, which is, in my opinion, where you spend 90% of your time focusing. You spend 90% of your time focusing on getting the correct answer, when it is so far removed from all the problems you have. Your source of frustration is making mistakes. That has nothing to do with the correct answer. Knowing how to get the correct answer could avoid making those mistakes. It doesn't help you understand how to not make mistakes. And then your boredom, well, the correct answer clearly doesn't help you avoid boredom, because even if you have correct answers explained to you, you're still bored with math. And here's even more. When you use correct answers and explain, you made an argument yesterday that even though you have a correct answer explained to you, you can be even more confused than before, and it leads to greater mistakes because of your incomprehensibility, which leads to more frustration. And that frustration then feeds into your boredom, because there's a lack of progress. So yes, you have created all of these cyclic arguments before, and you can try to address some of these. I think one of the core things is you don't learn from your mistakes, because your mistakes are not part of the correct answer. So that was one of the suggestions. If you know the correct answer, understand why the thing you think is not a correct answer. Understand what is its relationship with the correct answer. How did they get to the correct answer? And how did you get to the less desirable answer? Or whatever your math things, your path. That could be something boring to do, because it's probably going to be boring, because you have an apathy for comprehending your mistakes. For now, apathy is temporary, right? When you start working on something, like your mistakes, let's say you become more consistent and not make mistakes, that will give you a source of progress. That progress would then lower your frustration, and your frustration then could alleviate your apathy. Since you say all three of these things are always connected with each other, then lowering one can lower the others, if they are truly related. If you start making less mistakes and you got more progress and you're still bored, then what you told me today is incorrect. Boredom has very little effect on mistakes or frustration, but I like to believe you when you say these things. So If you address one of these, the other two could benefit from them in the same direction. So choose your poison, I suppose. And then there's also one last thing that you kind of started with, and you started with the word need. So how strong is your need? Because need comes in right here. Need is like the correct answer to your incomprehensible mistakes. It's adjacent to it. When you define need imparts an antagonistic relationship with boredom. Because if the need is strong enough, it doesn't matter what your boredom is, your apathy has to go away. Because you are telling me you know you need to do that. So start behaving like you're saying. If you say you need to do math, stop being bored. Because when you need to do something, your boredom doesn't matter anymore. Because if you need to do it, you have to care about it. And caring about it means that you are not bored of it because you need to do it. There's no other thing. If you're saying you're bored, you don't need to do it. Period. To me, right? Like, if you keep making counter arguments, behave consistently. If you're saying you're bored, then you don't need to do the thing because the pressure is not high enough for you to not be bored. Apathy is part of boredom. If you think you still have time, then you can keep pushing it off and say you're bored. That's, in my opinion, what would be the relationship between need and boredom. I'm not saying this is a response for all of the stuff. If you're gonna tell me you need to do something, it's neither boring, neither frustrating, neither depending on mistakes. Because if you need to do something, it doesn't matter how you feel. Like if you're bored, constantly frustrated, or having a mistake, you have to do it. If you don't, and you're pushing it off, like you're saying you're bored and you're not doing anything, then you don't need to do it. That's my opinion. Because I don't need to tell you to do anything. Like, if I told you, hey, you need to do math, and you're like, I'm bored, then you don't need to do math. That's what you're telling me. If you're making an excuse, then it's not a need. That's the whole point of the word need. It's a necessity. You have to get it done. So if you can make an excuse for it, then you clearly don't need it. You want to do math. So own it. At least in my opinion. The word is want. You want to do math, but your boredom stops you from wanting to do math. If I want to be like really direct here. And also you can take the word for context for whatever you want, because this is me explaining something that is not inside your head. Like for myself, I'm sharing from my perspective because being in your perspective is no longer sufficient, according to you, to do anything at the moment. It doesn't cover all of it from what you heard. Apparently half of Calculus 1 by the end. Yeah, but Calculus is Calculus 1 to Advanced Calculus. Like Calculus has a Calculus has a very large range. You're going into CS, so you won't ever see the majority of Calculus. Most high school students don't require to see the majority of Calculus. You're almost 40% through the A-level content. Again, the majority of the content that is in high school calculus is not all of calculus. Right, that's what I mean by pre-calc. When you go to university, you might get calculus 1 and 2, possibly. For CS, I doubt it, but possibly. I only went up to like calculus 1, which is not the same as going the next 2 years into advanced mathematics that deal with calculus. Can you dislike it and still do it despite that? That's the whole point. What you just described was need. If you absolutely dislike it, if it's a need, it doesn't matter. It's inconsequential whether you dislike it or not. That to me is what the word need means. If you want to do something and you dislike it, and if you dislike it enough to prevent you to want to do it, that's a want. Like that's what you're saying to me. You want to do math, but you find it too frustrating. You want to do math because you keep making mistakes. You want to do math, but you dislike it. If you need to do math, it doesn't matter. Because you have to do it. How well you do is not what we're talking about. So if you need to do something, downstream of it is how you perform, right? So that is going to be up in the air. If you really dislike something, right? If you really dislike something and you need to do it, it's going to affect your performance. If you have no comprehension, but you still need to do it, yes, it will still affect your performance. So performance is downstream of need, right? You need to eat. How well you enjoy eating and what you prepare for and your nutrients and your diet, it's downstream. You can eat like garbage, but you still need to eat. If you want to eat, then you argue that you dislike it so much that you don't want to eat, then you starve. Right? So that's what a need is. At least in my opinion. And when you're doing something voluntary, it's very important that you understand that when you need to do something, you do it. So despite disliking it, despite having no comprehension of it, right? At least that's how I'm interpreting the word need. For context, you've been doing it, you just really have been disliking the process. Fair enough. That sounds like you need to do it, but you don't want to dislike it. That is something that you're trying to discover for yourself, right? So when you say you don't want to dislike it, right? The first thing is like your mistakes. Why do you dislike it? And how do you do anything about it? Now there's one example. One of the sources of your dislike is mistakes, right? One of the sources that is probably contributing to your dislike is mistakes. So I said why and how. So go find out why and how mistakes contribute to your dislike of it. And then when you understand that it does actually, you have to confirm this. You have to confirm that mistakes increasingly make you dislike it. Then you do the same thing for mistake. How and why you make the mistakes. Then you solve the mistakes and you hope that you like it more or dislike it less when you understand the nature of your mistakes. If you want my personal anecdote, here's my personal anecdote to contrast. I do things, I learn things, expecting mistakes to happen because those are my opportunities to learn. And because this exists, I like to learn. That is my relationship. I like to learn because in the process of learning, I will make mistakes. And because I make mistakes, I learn why and how I make those mistakes in order to learn more things. Now, there are bonuses. I can learn information while I'm doing that. But my relationship with mistakes is that I learn from my mistakes. Someone who only seeks the information and the correct answer doesn't ever fix their mistakes. They avoid their mistakes. That's one of the biggest, like, in my opinion, one of the biggest miscommunications when someone says, oh, I'm learning more because I learned from my mistakes. It's like, oh, so what do you do? Like, well, I get someone to explain the correct answer to me. It's like, that's not learning from your mistakes. That's learning the correct answer. It's like, well, it helps me avoid developing bad habits. And I agree with them. If you're trying to avoid developing bad habits, then you are neither learning from your mistakes or practicing how to change or correct bad habits. You are learning to avoid them and mitigate them. That's fair enough, as long as you understand that's what it does. So one of the classical things about early high school understanding is there are right and wrong answers, and right ways and wrong ways to do things. If you don't understand why things are wrong or less optimal or doesn't really work, whenever you make a mistake, your inclination is to specifically ignore their mistake and make sure you get it correct. So that means you didn't fix any mistakes. You simply bypassed it by knowing the correct the correct answer. So if you're gonna test, which I'm not sure, by the way, I'm unsure if your mistakes are the reason you dislike something. It could be simply not knowing the right answers. That could be another reason why you dislike math, not knowing the right answer. So it can very well be true that if you find a resource that keeps giving you the right answers and makes it memorable, you might start to like math more. That is also another possibility you can go. You can confirm, does it feel better or create more consistency when you find a source that explains the correct answer to you? And this, you still have to test if making mistakes is what's making you dislike something. Because to me, it's a bit of both. I think where your focus is you believe that not getting wrong answers or not knowing the correct answer is why you dislike math and everything else, pretty much. My argument is that this might seem like a very great place, maybe like 30% of the time. The thing that recurs so much more often is that you repeat the same thing. And that's not repeating the same mistake. You repeat the same thing thinking it will fix the mistake, which inherently makes it a mistake. So, like, hello there, crocodile. So if you make a mistake, did you do something different the next time? Like, did you not do something again, or did you modify something? My answer is no. You don't give me that example. When we read a problem, I ask you, okay, so what do you think this time, right? Then we read a different problem, and I ask you, so what do you think this question's answering? The way you answer my questions never changes. You use the same approach each and every time, and you get mixed results, because my inclination is, if I ask you, what is this question asking? It's asking a different question. So oftentimes, if you use the same approach, it's not going to, like, we both made a mistake yesterday. Like, I didn't read the question properly, and we got both, like, I was wrong, way wrong, because I read the question incorrectly. That's how you make mistakes. You make mistakes because you get into the habit of assuming something and it didn't work. So, like, I was humbled by how poorly I was paying attention to some of the questions. After we read like 3 questions and they were formatted similarly, and then I read the 4th question, I was like doing all this analyses. Like I basically used like 15 minutes trying to answer the question, and I didn't even read the question properly. So yes, you do make mistakes. The reason is, if you repeat the same thing, how do you expect that you're going to get a different result? I did talk about this like 4 days ago, I think, with James. The whole idea of the difference between repeating to get more efficient versus iterating to refine the process. So these both can happen at the same time. The ideal nature is you're doing both of these at the same time. So what you're doing, in my opinion, is repeating, hoping that you become more efficient, and then your score goes up and your consistency goes up. Yes, they do go up for the things that are already correct. So you'll get faster at the things you already know, right? That is the classical improvement. It's called the practice. I don't know what, there's a name for this, like the entrainment effect or something. I'm taking a page from like sports like exercising. It's a practice. I'm just gonna call it the practice effect. So that's what you're doing right now, in my opinion. That's how you study for things. That's how you, quote unquote, correct for mistakes. That's how I feel whenever you're saying you're learning to correct your mistakes. You're practicing, in effect, that becomes more efficient at getting the correct answer. If you follow this path of logic, none of these steps have anything to do with mistakes. None of these steps have anything to do with addressing your mistake. It's helping you get the correct answer faster and quicker. That's kind of like how Duolingo works. If you know the right answer, you'll keep finding faster and shorter shortcuts to getting the right answer. In fact, I demonstrated this in real time. I could get all the right answers without reading anything. Eventually, it just becomes a mechanic. Duolingo always provides one of each category, and you simply have to arrange the thing in their category. So then the content, the actual connection between the vocabulary words and stuff, no longer require that. And then in Duolingo, they give you scores. Your score goes up without needing to learn the language at all, because all you need is to mechanically get the right answer to have the score go up. And that is often the best way to use time for a goal. So if your goal is to increase your Duolingo score, you don't need to do everything else. So when we were correcting our answers or looking at rationale, you don't think it's necessary. You gave me the impression that it is not necessary to read what the people think is the rationale for the correct answer and the wrong answer. And then when we do math homework, like when we look at math homework and stuff, you don't think it's necessary to understand why your teacher and the other students diagram certain things, use certain terminologies, as long as you got the right answer. Like we did that probabilistic model with the splits, even though I wasn't even aware of this model to do probabilities, like combination of probabilities. But you explained to me, you kept talking to me like, oh, well, you know, I got the right answer anyways. And the whole time, the only reason you talked about what the teacher did and the student did was because I was asking you to explain it to me. Like, oh, so what do your teachers do? Because the way you're doing it, it's hard to explain it in mathematical terms. And you're like, well, I still got the right answer. That's kind of your attitude. Your attitude is, oh, well, my way is good. I'm like, well, it's not going to help you understand how other people do it. So when your way no longer creates an adequate solution to a system that was designed by other people, for example, you double down, in my opinion. You will double down on your method, and your method might not adjust to their method. This is repeating what you know how to do and never iterating on your process. Like, you can still do your way. This is not your way, this is their way. And you can still do your way at the same time. That's how, in my opinion, you develop comprehension. In order to develop comprehension of a concept, you take what you have repeated and done really well, and then you take in new knowledge to adjust your process so you can understand that, oh, your way has a different way that leads to maybe a potential answer that isn't the answer that they have. Rarely is this relationship done. Like, there was one time when I was doing something, and the whole point that I was reading out loud, for example, the whole point that I was reading out loud is you're supposed to be reading it with me. Like, what I mean is like, when I was reading out loud, that was the whole point. But instead, if I had to guess what was in your head, it's like, well, I already did this question, and I probably already know the answer. So we'll just wait for him to read it out loud, and then only pay attention. In my opinion, this is how I think about it. Only pay attention when it addresses my problem or whatever I find interesting, you know, not boring. And that's the impression I get most of the time. And I wasn't reading out loud because I wanted to read out loud. I was going through the steps. Like, okay, here, let's do this routine. Let's go read the question first. Follow along if you want, right? I was giving you a free pass. Like, hey, let's follow along. So then I asked you, hey, do you know what structure means in this question? Like, when they say, what is the best way to summarize the structure of the text? Do you know what structure means? Because I had to ask myself, what does structure mean? What are they asking for? And then when we read a sentence, I was reading it out loud, and then I highlighted a word, right? Like ambivalent. And I noticed that ambivalent can be a key word, right? This is even before we started looking at the answers. I asked you, do you know what ambivalent is? Because I was keeping you in mind. So I was reading for a purpose. I was reading to see if there are any words that were sticking out. So the thing is, whenever a student or like a colleague, for example, a colleague of mine, we would read something. We would read like a paper together. Basically, we would have journal articles. All of us would assign articles that we wanted to read to our colleagues, and then we would have a meeting, and we would share our thoughts about the same text. And the idea is you're keeping your ideas with you, and you're hearing what your colleague says. Then you exchange ideas to see what the intent is. So whenever someone is doing something, the reason why I am fairly confident that you do not pay attention to the process or comprehend process-oriented things is because you're not interested in that. And that's perfectly fine if you're not upset about it, but you are upset about it. It's very tough to be upset at something you don't care about, right? But it does affect something you do care about, which is grades. So you don't care about the process, but that process is impacting your grades. So right now you care about something. The thing is, there's a really big thing that's getting in the way. So in order to care more about it, like if you care about good grades, care about less frustration, making less mistakes, there's something in the way. So the alternative is to find the need to do it, which I don't think it's good enough yet. Like, I don't think you have felt enough pressure. I generally, I prefer not people like give themselves an ultimatum like, oh, you need to get good grades, so therefore you have to understand the process. That can be a wild place. It can be mentally draining. So for now, the idea is, well, kind of ask yourself, what are you doing to address your mistakes? At least in my opinion. If you're bored, adjusting and understanding how you're making mistakes might reduce the amount of boredom. It's no longer looking for correct answers that you're having problem comprehending, right? Like, here's a cycle that is concerning for me. You know the correct answer. Right? You know the correct answer because you look for the correct answer. And that correct answer doesn't translate to a decrease in mistakes. Right? So the thing you keep doing, this is what you think is the solution. Your solution is to understand as many correct answers as you can. Yet over time, regardless of how often you are explained how the correct answer, like what the correct answer is, your mistake doesn't go down. It doesn't reduce the amount of mistakes. So what happens is it feels like it's a waste of time and you're repeating the same thing. And I agree with you. It's gonna feel like a waste of time in your opinion, and it's going to feel like you're repeating the same thing because you are doing the same thing. You are looking for the correct answer and not addressing your mistake. So your mistakes will stay the same. They're not going to go up per se because it would require new information for them to go up, but it will stay the same. So that means that you have no progress. You're going to feel like you make no progress in fixing your mistakes. But you will get more answers. You will learn and get more correct answers. And hear me out. It is possible. It is possible to learn enough correct answers to eventually, intuitively reduce your mistakes. It is possible. But it has to be you have to do it a lot. Like, a lot. So this is input only approach, where if you know all of the correct answers, like somehow you just keep on going because you need to know the correct answers, right? You need to. If you memorize and get exposed to the enough correct solutions, there is a chance that your mistakes will go down. There's one big catch. There's a huge catch. These people that I'm describing, who basically just keep learning more and more correct answers and eventually their mistakes go down, these people are not bored of getting correct answers. These people have a source of perpetual motivation. When they get something wrong, they'll go look for the right answer. They'll keep doing it. There's no diminished return on getting the correct answer. They love being right. So if you want to be this, know that mistakes are corrected by how vigorously you learn the correct answers. So there's no like dead end in here. The problem we're having is that the things you expect to have are not the consequences of the things you are doing, in my opinion. Right? Again, it is possible. There are people who read so much, read different books, read different things. They read so much that eventually they synthesize and reduce their mistakes, because eventually they'll come across what their mistake is by happenstance. And this is an extreme case because, in my opinion, a person does both. What they do is they understand a couple correct answers. Eventually they're like, oh, wait, I think I understand what my mistakes are now. What if I do that? Like, there's a curiosity in fixing the mistake. So eventually, when you're doing this long enough, that frustration that you describe, at least in my opinion, when someone understands that they constantly seek correct answers and they're still making mistakes, typically at some point someone's like, you know what, I'm done with this. Let's go figure out why I keep making the same mistakes. And eventually they do this. And what I'm saying is, actually, that's pretty much what it's very normal for high school students to get to that point. At some point, it's going to be, oh yeah, you know, I just realized elementary school, middle school, and high school, the way they had to teach me is to give me all the right answers first. Because how else will I start? I don't have any comprehension yet. That's foundations. So from elementary school to high school, typically they give you foundations. So that's the way you learn. You learn what the correct answers are, and then later down the line, you use those correct answers to discover all the nuances in between. So when you get into uni, you're graded on comprehension to select for if college is for you, basically. If you don't like doing that, you don't have to do that. You can become a craftsman. There are so many other things in life that you can do that doesn't require you to address nuances that deals with this kind of thing, because you can focus on the things you've already do really well in high school. Like if you really like drawing anime girls, for example, continue doing that. It is possible. I'm not saying whether it's statistically in your favor or not, but it is very possible to stay in your comfort zone and one day like transform into something else. It is possible. So you can study foundations to the point that foundations is transformative. Generally, people do both at some point. They start with foundations and then they iterate on their experiences. Their experiences include their mistakes. In fact, most of the time, what is a mistake is more like a step to the evolution of someone's creativity. So what seemed like a mistake only became a stepping stone. So if you don't think mistakes are just a stepping stone, then yes, there's still room to grow, at least in my opinion. You've just been attempting problems, looking at solutions, being wrong, looking where you messed up during the example process. Okay, explain how you messed up during the example process. Then going for another similar problem until you start getting them right, by relating it back to understanding how you messed up during the example process. Taking a while to get better at the places you made mistakes, but right, you're doing similar problems by adjusting your process, right? So like you got, like say you got a problem and then you attempt it, and then you look at the solution, then you figure out why and how you got it wrong in the process, is what you're telling me, and then you repeat, because these are the similar problems. So we're talking about a very specific type of problems. And you're doing this. Then I don't see a problem. You would get better at the things, for sure. to integrate some of the stuff that I mentioned. Yeah, so you go through a problem, you look at how... No, it's a similar problem. You just said it's a similar problem. We're not talking about new versus the same problem. We're talking about a similar new problem is what you're saying. So don't do that, right? Or you go for a new problem entirely. Now that's a different story. If you're saying then you go for a new problem, do you mean a new similar problem, right? Like, yeah, so you go through a problem, you look at how the book does, as in similar new. Okay, fair enough. Because if you look at an entirely new problem, that would be very difficult, I would say. Yeah, so you go through the problem, you look at how the book does the problem. So you make an attempt first. So let's keep it straight. You make an attempt, and then you look at how the book does the problem. You compare the work, right? The solution, until you find the point where your method differed from that, which was the mistake. So, okay. So, a couple more steps. So, you did a problem, you make an attempt, and now we're talking about specifically when it's wrong. So there's an extra step here. You make an attempt, and you're specifically talking about when it's wrong, or the other word I would use is when it's different. Oh, it's actually down here, actually. The step is down here. You make an attempt, you look at the solution, and the solution is different. Then you compare to find where the difference is, right? Between your solution and their solution. And then you you go to a new problem. Okay. So let me add the points that we're making. So the thing you described pretty much ignored 6 or 7 points that I made in the last 40 minutes. Okay? So the problem. Do you understand the problem? Okay. Like, what is it asking? What is the nature of the problem? That would be your first step when you look at a problem. You have to ask yourself, do you understand what they're asking? Right? That would be the first step before you even make an attempt. And then you ask yourself, how or why? What are you going to do? Why or how you're going to make an attempt to answer the question. So like if the problem asks, what is the Pythagorean theorem? Like, okay, so do I understand what do they mean by what is the Pythagorean theorem? Are they asking me to define the Pythagorean theorem in mathematical terms? Or are they asking for proof of the Pythagorean theorem? Etc. So you decide on something. Maybe they're asking for a demonstration of the Pythagorean theorem. So then you're saying, okay, well, they're asking me to demonstrate. So maybe I just choose a right triangle, a 3, 4, 5 right triangle, and then illustrate and derive the Pythagorean theorem, right? Then that's your attempt. And then you look at the solution and they're like, oh, all they wanted was a squared plus b squared plus c squared. I'm like, okay, do I understand why they only wanted a squared plus b squared plus c squared, even though I used a proof? I used a proof that was this is not drawn to scale, but anyways, right? A 3, 5, 4, a 3, 4, 5 right triangle, and then did all that. right? This is demonstrating that you have made an attempt, and now you're looking at the relationship, and then you're only specifically talking about the times when the solution is different from this. So say you didn't write a squared plus b squared plus c squared and it was marked wrong, even though you demonstrated the application of the Pythagorean theorem using a 3, 4, 5 right triangle. That would imply that then you understand why and how your answer was different, but it wasn't a mistake, so to speak. It wasn't necessarily a mistake. It was a less optimal question. So where did it go wrong? Not your understanding of the Pythagorean theorem, it was your understanding of the problem. Why is that important? That SAT question that I got wrong when I was explaining things, and you answered the same way, we didn't understand what the problem was. We read the question and we didn't pay attention to what it was asking. So it didn't matter that we understood all the content and had a quote-unquote right understanding. We literally ignored what it was asking for. So this is important too. And then here's another difference. You didn't make an attempt. It's not clear if you made an attempt to answer to the best of your ability before you looked at the right solution. So when you look at the right solution and you make a differential analysis between how you did it and the solution, are you relating the two or simply looking for the difference? Because that's not the same. If you always look for the difference, then you don't know if the rest of the stuff you have is accurate. So for example, in this case, this doesn't look like a right triangle. Sorry, hang on, let me draw a right triangle. So if your solution has this, and their solution has this, and you're like, okay, the difference is, well, I use numbers and they used variables. I see now. That's the problem I was having. So in the future, when I get another question and say, what is a polar coordinate? What you might have learned from your differential analysis is, oh yeah, okay. So last time they used variables. So, okay, how do I define polar coordinates using variables? And then how do I make it look like this? X and Y. That's a polar coordinate, right? And then you're gonna say, oh yeah, okay, I got the right answer. That's good, right? But you didn't learn why you thought this. Like, you didn't use this information. You didn't use what you did. You basically looked for the right way to do something and don't understand the relationship between what you did and what they did. That's not learning from your mistakes. That's not comprehending why you're doing something often and knowing their correct mistakes. You can still get away with it, because what you can do over time that's going to be unrewarding is you're trying to make this go away. Like, so if you keep getting the right answer the way you're practicing now, you keep getting the right way to get things, then you will learn that. Anytime you do the wrong way or the way you think you're going to do it, it's a mistake, but you're not going to address it. What you're going to do is you're going to avoid it. Like, oh no, I'm thinking it the wrong way again. Let's go back and try to learn this way. To me, this still works. I mean, it's dissatisfying. It's certainly dissatisfying to me. So I could totally understand why you would be frustrated every time you go down the wrong path, and then you're like, okay, so I got this solution again. That sucks. You look at the solution, oh, I did the same thing again. It's this way, not that way. So usually, in my opinion, and here's my personal example, instead of only understanding this, the right answer, and looking at the difference, I understand how I can get from here, this thing that I typically do, to here. So now, instead of doing the demonstration of Pythagorean theorem, I can do this. Now I can say a squared plus b squared, because if I think of 3, 4, 5, I think of a, b, and c. So now when I make the mistake that you would think is like, oh, I thought about the wrong thing, but it doesn't matter. If I think of the quote mistake, I will immediately go to the right answer that they're looking for, because I understand the relationship. I understand the relationship between what I'm thinking and what they're thinking. And one day, what you can do next is, it's easy to get from your answer, your problem, by skipping over a step, because you know the connection between the two now. So that's what I mean by comprehension. If you comprehend your mistake and you comprehend the answer, they're no longer different things. They are part of the same thing. They are part of the process. So if you're learning from a mistake to get to an answer, the mistake is part of the process of learning the answer. That takes a really long time. Might not be the amount of, like, so take it with a grain of salt. This takes a while. It might not be, you might not have enough time to do that. Here are some stopgaps, conditions that this method will work. It requires a lot of time because it's not a method you're familiar with. So you might not have enough time, right? You might not have enough time for that. It requires a lot of motivation because it's a new method. So you need a lot of motivation. And where are you going to get that motivation? Caring about it. So if you think it's apathy and you don't care about it, and it requires a lot of energy, right? So all of this stuff is because this thing is novel. The thing I'm talking about is novel. It's something you're not trained in. So all of these things also still have to be true, and they're not right now. So I'm sharing this as a grain of salt. I'm actually not telling you to do this with the conditions you have. I'm more sharing this so you can choose to think about it or not. Most of the time, when I see a mistake, it's an opportunity to figure out how my mistake is connected to the solution. Sometimes your mistake could be so out of field. Like, you know, sometimes someone could say, oh, a biologist, for example, looking at a physics problem. I'm like, yo, I know nothing. Like, I'm not going to even try this. So instead, yes, you can go and look at the solution. And the first thing I do is I take the solution and I connect it back to something I understand about biology. That's where I would start, because the solution will give me the foundations. And in order to comprehend the foundations, now that I'm a thinker, right? I'm an adult, I have a lot of experience, at least sufficient experience. I take the foundation of that solution and I connect it to something I know. So then in the future, I can start with the foundations of physics to understand advanced physics. And my backup would be biology. So in the future, whenever I have to explain something to someone, like, oh, how do you explain the foundation of physics to someone not in science? Let's ask the person, hey, have you played any sports before? Oh yeah? You played some sports. Can you tell me if you've played baseball? Can you tell me what type of sports you played? It's like, oh, you bowled before. Okay, let's talk about centripetal acceleration. Or like, let's talk about friction along a, high viscosity liquid. That's kind of where you would go. You would go to a foundation that they have and then establish a new foundation. So if you're wondering, what does this have to do with mistakes? Mistakes are the foundations of solutions. So if you're constantly saying, oh yeah, I need to avoid the mistake, I need to ignore the mistake, then that is certainly not learning from the mistake. You're not learning from the mistake. And you don't have to require to do this. Sometimes, again, I have already mentioned, if you keep getting correct answers, it's possible to coincidentally fix the mistake. And I think that's your method right now. This is your method at the moment. And I actually think it's a natural method for people graduating from high school. So when you're graduating from high school, the most natural method is to farm as many correct solutions, know how they differ from your current solution, and then stick with that method so that you can form a foundation. And that is it. Like, now the problem we have right now, the source of the problem is you think this is boring. And you think it's frustrating doing it this way. And that's why I did mention, Mika, in all transparency, if you're gonna listen to me or ask me for like opinions and stuff, it's not gonna take away the boredom. Like I've already mentioned, that most of the stuff that I say will probably, like, it will likely be boring and frustrating at first and exhausting. So I don't want to give you the false impression that doing something new is going to not be boring, frustrating, and exhausting, because what you're doing right now is doing something new over and over again until you get used to it. And you already told me it's boring, frustrating, and exhausting. Like, you're literally reading solutions and you're beating yourself over the head to learn the new thing in isolation. So the alternative, now we go all the way back to the beginning of all of this. The alternative is to go find something that will provide motivation, like energy and stuff that you already know how to do. So you already know how to do. Temporarily, just enough so you can get back to foundation farming. That's the alternative. And many people, like even many adults, do this instead. For example, if I could use our conversation yesterday with Crocodile, you love your children. It's the most rewarding thing possible. You still need to go work in a job that you might otherwise not want to, or maybe you kind of want to, but you learn to like the job because the job leads to a consequence that alleviates a desired effect, like to love one's children or provide for one's children. So you can still learn foundation while balancing with the other things. And my argument for that is, you said, okay, so how are you gonna do CS, math, art, and SATs all at the same time? Like you need to do all of these things within like a 3-week period, right? I'm rounding up, so 3-week period, and my thought immediately was like, okay, the least boring one, you often start with the least boring, least frustrating one. So my suggestion was start with the most boring, most frustrating one. And you start there, which today it's going to be math, for example, math. And like, okay, so you can't do that right now. You did something. Go to the next one. Go to a less boring, less frustrating one. At least it's approachable now. And then, you know, then go to arts. Then go to SATs. And that your day doesn't have to end there. If you need to do all of these, you go back. In fact, you can check at the end of math, check if it's CS or SATs, and then do that, and then check again. Is it like if it's SATs, then check if it's CS, math, or art. So until you say you can accomplish your need for the day, the idea is you pick something that is less boring, less frustrating, not something that is not boring. I don't even know what that is. Not frustrating, and like not, what was the other one? No mistakes. Like, I guess no mistakes is you're making progress, or like easy. That's so easier, I guess. We'll call it easier, because all of this is relative. And that's what you do, in my opinion. You would cycle through these, and eventually at least you get a lot of things that you need to do done steadily. And at some point you hope that that's the idea. If not, I don't really know. Like it's incomprehensible how I could ever say one could get this done. So I wouldn't want to give up. So this would be a great starting point, right? And then you can throw in the alternative, is you can throw in a number 5, which is something that is outside of all of your things, but you have to place a time limit on it, right? Like doom scroll. I don't know, maybe doom scroll will break your cadence, right? But you have to place a time limit on things you want to do, because if you don't place a time limit on the things you want to do, oftentimes they circumvent the things you say you need to do, which isn't true for most people. Whenever someone says they need to do math homework, they really say they want to do math homework. Because if they really needed to do it, they wouldn't want to do something else until they need to do that. It's literally a requirement. So if you need to do math homework, that means math homework comes first before you get to do what you want to do. That would be like the most blatant, direct honesty with yourself. I don't need to stream, for example. When someone asks me like, don't you care about viewers and whatnot, or your reviews? I don't need to do that. I want to finish my reviews. That was like a slight allusion to yesterday, the end of Crocodile and my conversation. I want to finish my review. I don't need to do it. If I need to do it, I wouldn't be streaming, right? So, well, you can clarify that for a bit. And that's personally self-accountability. When I say I need to do something, I do it first. That's the whole point. So maybe you don't need good grades. that's a really tough one to understand, but there is a point in college sometimes and grad school that maybe you don't need good grades versus the need for experience, which I kind of touched upon before. There's a huge valley in college and graduate school between the need for experience versus the need for good grades. Eventually in college and graduate school, there's a shift from the need for good grades to the need for experience. Experience is irreplaceable. They only come once in a blue moon. These are opportunities that don't sit there. Getting good grades, you got plenty of places to get good grades on things. You can even take a test now if you want. Just go and apply for an exam and get a good grade on something. That's good enough affirmation in my opinion. But you can't gain experience. Like, in a way, taking an exam to get the good grade is still a form of experience. So that is still kind of nice, right? In some way. You have been on the exact same type of problem for 2.5 hours and you're stuck trying to get it? And what did you learn from the 2.5 hours on why you get stuck trying to get it? Because you have the solution, right? At least that's what you're telling me. You're learning from the solution. What is it about the solution you don't comprehend between the way you're trying to do it and the way the solution is presented to you? And then I will echo what James offered about like English comprehension and whatnot. You then go and read a different solution and then compare and contrast with the other methods to develop even further comprehension of it. Then you can compare 3 different approaches to getting the solution. Your solution that is incomplete right now versus whatever the school is providing, and then whatever other sources are providing. That's equivalent to what James said the other day about reading more articles. And then I doubled down on his reading more articles because generally when you read a lot of articles and stuff, there is, again, a propensity to increase diversity. So I wanted to emphasize that it's about reading more different articles. But if you're reading more articles, the likelihood is you will likely read a diversity of articles. So right now, if you're stuck with your existing information and you're absolutely convinced that there's nothing in the information that can get you unstuck, then you naturally want to look for more information on which you can comparatively analyze between your current experience and the new solution as well as the existing solution, right? So A, you get stuck. So then to unstuck yourself, right, you inject, right? Hang on. So to get unstuck, to get to the solution, you injected B. But then when you go back to A, right? When you go back to A, you get stuck again. Then you get the solution again by injecting B. So if you're been 2.5 hours, you realize that A and B are not sufficient to overcome how you're getting stuck, right? Because if you add B to this, you're hoping to get to the solution, right? So tentatively, whatever you understand about B, I'll call this B prime, like B prime, because this is what you understand. This is your B. This is their B. I guess we could just call this B naught. their B. So whenever you read their B, you get to the solution. Combining yours. So you use yours, you look at theirs, you get to the solution. Then when you do it again, you're using yours, your method, hopefully, with your B prime, as in you're combining your understanding of B with your current understanding. Not so this is what I think you're actually doing. You're starting over and you're actually using B prime and not combining it with your previous method to understand why you get stuck. So the B prime, this thing, is insufficient to get you unstuck. And because you don't use your previous knowledge, you are also having a problem comprehending what B not is to get unstuck in the first place. So you're trying to create a new foundation out of B not. So your B prime is not sufficient to get you to unstuck. If you are indeed combining A with B, which is what you're claiming, then you need to go find C naught. Because then when you inject C naught into the solution, right, when you do A, your method, right, if you go back to your original method, and now both B and C naught, B naught and C naught is added, you might get a better solution, a more comprehended solution, right? Then you generate something called, we'll just call it B prime and C prime put together. Now you can maybe, let's say you just forget about what you used to do and try to test B prime plus C prime and see if you get unstuck. If you don't, maybe you can add your A method back, or you combine these already and test if it gets stuck. If it doesn't work, it's time to find another one. Time to find D naught, then E naught, and so on. So the idea is you iterate, you test. If you're convinced you're stuck, you need more information. This is absolutely assuming that you are actually creating and combining with your previous methods. If you aren't, then it's cycling, which is what most people actually do, where what you do instead is you take A, right? You do A, you get stuck. A is your method. You inject B naught. It doesn't work. So then you start over again. You're still stuck, right? And what you end up doing is you're doing the same method because you didn't understand B. So B didn't carry over. So then you go and look online for a C naught and you get stuck. You repeat. D naught. Get stuck. And then eventually you do this like maybe 5 times. Hopefully you do it 5 times and you get to F. And you're like, yes, this works. F works. And then the moment you get F to work, which is a coincidence, by the way, because you're not using your understanding. You didn't understand B, you didn't understand C or D. You simply gambled and look for a solution to be explained to you. There's no critical thinking involved. You simply took some dice, gambled online. In fact, it's even less gambling online because they're going to select the best solution for you using an algorithm, right? You go from the best solution and go down based on an algorithm. So at some point when you land on this, what you, in my opinion, most people do is they abandon A, so the mistake that they kept making, and they embrace F naught. F for foundation. And this is then, in the future, what you take is, you take F naught, right? Just vanilla. Whatever they do, that's what you're going to copy. So you're going to take F naught and you're going to test it. And if you still get stuck, that means the problem with getting stuck deals with A, not F naught. F naught did not solve your problem. So then what you're going to do a lot of times when people do this is they're gonna, they have already forgotten A. So A is gone. They're gonna take F naught and then test it, inject it with B naught, and they still get stuck. Then they're gonna test F naught against C naught and D naught and so on. And then they're gonna find, oh, hey, D naught and F naught, you get unstuck. Like, just get unstuck. And this is where I think most people online have a problem. Now, what do you do now? Do you combine F naught and D naught to get A prime, as in a new version of your method? Or do you choose the best method and assume that it covers the previous method? That is someone that says they start with Duolingo, they learn something, and then they go to WaniKani and like, oh, WaniKani is better. Duolingo's trash. Let's just forget everything we learned about Duolingo. Let's go to WaniKani. And like, oh, you know what? WaniKani is not as great as Anki. It's like, oh, well, you know, WaniKani's trash. Anki's the best. And then they go around saying Anki covers everything that WaniKani and Duolingo does. That's what solution is. That's called the best solution approach. What is another example of this from earlier? That's called the correct solution approach. The person did not comprehend the relationship between Duolingo and Anki, the relationship between Duolingo and WaniKani, the relationship between WaniKani and Anki, and the relationship of Duolingo and WaniKani with Anki. So, choose your poison. And again, those who did this still reach their goal. They understand that if they are always relying on the best, they need to form adaptations that when this fails, they have to go find something new. That's how that in my opinion, this is the healthy routine for someone who constantly thinks there's one solution. And they will constantly rely on the best solution. Then when the best solution fails, you have to find a new one. The solution makes sense when you look at it, but it's not like what comes to mind when you're doing the problem yourself. That's exactly the point. So now I'm not surprised. So now can you get the solution? You're saying you said you're looking for the difference, right? Between your solution and their solution. That should be explaining why your solution, the relationship between your solution and their solution. It should. But you look at the differences. What about the similarities? I mean, you can still connect two things with differences. So what you're telling me is it's not good enough to connect whatever you're doing with whatever they're doing, right? Are you saying that they're similar enough that you can pick out the differences? Because based on what you're saying, but it doesn't come to your mind when you're doing the problem yourself, it means that it's not even that similar. So the first thing you might want to do is learn why it's not similar between you and their solution. You need to know the similarities and the differences in order to truly or attempt to comprehend what the difference is. Like, I am not surprised oftentimes when someone says, I saw the solution, and then suddenly when it's left up to me, I repeat my solution. That's the diagram I was doing. So when you do A and you get stuck, what you do is, in order to get unstuck, you inject B, and then you get unstuck. And then when you go back to do it, you repeat A. You didn't acquire anything from B. So you didn't learn anything from B. No, like no learning happened. Maybe memory could happen. You could repeat it so that you can remember it, like memorize it, but you didn't learn anything. Alternatively, which is what I think you're doing, at least in my opinion, what you're doing is when you do this, you converted B naught to a B prime. Like you filtered whatever you think is good, like the differences. You figure out what was the difference between A and B, your method and their method, and you created this new thing. And when you combine them together, you still get stuck. This still happens. That means that whatever you took from their solution doesn't explain why you're getting stuck. Now you could go back to this solution, you know, for 2.5 hours. You can go back to B naught and try to extract different information, or choose to do the same thing over and over again and get stuck. Alternatively, you can add more information. You can go and find C naught, like something online or something by a classmate or something by a teacher. And then what you would form then would be a B prime plus C prime. The reason why I'm writing them separate is because my understanding of the way you think is that when you understand something, you keep them separated from each other. So their solution is always separate from your solution. Another person's solution is always separate from another person's solution and your solution. It's never A plus B prime plus C prime becomes A prime. And then you test A prime to see if you unstuck. So that means that your solution is never related to what you think the real solution is and anything else after. So this A prime is required for comprehension. If it's never related to something that you understand, then it rarely creates understanding. So you can keep mirroring it to memorize it and maybe internalize it in the future, which is very frustrating in my opinion, but can be done. You can keep looking and understanding. So here's an alternative. If you think that your way of thinking is a mistake and you want to really embrace avoiding the way you're doing things, learn more about B naught. Like you have to learn more about this, not this part. This getting stuck part doesn't help you understand this better. It rarely does. So now you have to go back and develop your foundations. So when you get a problem wrong, an alternative is, okay, you look at the solution. Don't compare it to your old method because you clearly don't like your old method or it's irrelevant. So then learn more about the solution. Not gonna lie, sometimes you just get stuck playing games and YouTube's joking, but also not. Oh, Beth. Hello there, Beth. Hope you're doing all right. So that's what I mean. So in the future, you could, the alternative is maybe your foundations are not good enough, Mika. Like Maybe your foundations are keeping you back. So when you get a problem wrong, you gotta learn more about the solution. That might be interesting. Most of the time, you're gonna tell me it's boring because it goes back to like you reading textbooks and stuff that you don't care about, or something that's confusing because you don't think like them, right? You think differently. So that's what I mean by you have to, in my opinion, you have to lean on contextualizing the new information with things you learn, so that with the things you know, so that it's less boring and less quote unquote dry. I think James used this word before. Dry. Dry is when it feels like there's like things are just being explained to you and there's no personality in it. Like you're not invested in it. You're simply being explained to. It's just dry content. Like here's 2 hours of explaining this solution to you that you have to learn to care about because it's no longer the way you think. So you abandon your own investment. So the material is just exposition. It's just explaining random things. It's very dry. And that's kind of why textbooks can feel really dreary, because you're learning foundations. Textbooks provide foundations. And if you want to go that route, I'd probably say you better, like, you have to embrace the boredom, because you got to develop a liking for it. You've been lurking a bit? Yeah. You do then? Okay. In this case, I don't really see the link of what comes to mind and what they do. Okay. And you do then do what they have, and eventually it makes sense and comes to mind. Okay. But then it takes a long time to get better, and the process is really miserable and difficult. Yep. That is the growing pains. Like, there's really not a great way to beat around the bush around this. So you basically then you did the B knot until it's like, until you can reproduce it, right? Until you can reproduce it. And this takes a long time. You adopted B knot and you abandon, basically you adopted B knot, so you abandon whatever you did before, right? Imagine how long it took you to develop this, right? So now you ask yourself, is this going to take a long time to reproduce and become more efficient at it? Right? And that's accountability, because it's going to take, you have to do it a lot for it to be efficient. The thing you have to think about is, this is a stepping stone. This is your new foundation. You are learning foundational math. The reason why I say like you're learning pre-calculus, for example, is because most of the time when we talk about advanced calculus and like university level calculus or grad school calculus, most of the people are not learning this part. Like the rest of calculus is not this. It's not foundational stuff. So if you think that this part is difficult, it probably is. Like what I mean is, I'm not denying this. This is long, arduous, and boring for the most part. What you build on top of it becomes less boring. Ideally, it becomes less boring because you're building on something that you now have a foundation on. Foundations take one of the longest times to do, because most of the time it's actually nearly abstract. Most of the time it's abstract. So now finding motivation, other sources of motivation to keep you at it, then to me, it's working. This is a working solution. It's certainly not a sustainable solution for you, but it is a working solution. So why are you not happy about that? I don't know. Like overall happy about that. You spent the last 10.5 hours going over foundation from the start of the textbook, and it's currently a foundation-ish topic you're struggling on. Yeah. I don't see a problem. I think you're doing really well. That's certainly the way to go about it. And so if you're doing that, then I'm back to math. Go and work on some other foundation. Maybe a foundation for art or SATs, or maybe you can do not foundational work in CS or art and then come back to math. It sounds like you already know what to do. Personally, I think you hate the process, but the process is working. Yeah.
忍ぶ
This is, if I had to sum this up in a Gen Z slang, keep up the good work, keep up the grind, or you got this, or do more, or I guess play more, do more. But that's probably the phrasing here. You're on your way, in my opinion. It just sucks. You don't want to hate the process this much. Yeah, I understand. I'm not too sure if we have a show of hands who likes the process. I like the process. My favorite thought, in my opinion, if I didn't make any mistakes, it would be kind of boring. And it feels so slow. Yeah, that's fair. Bask in the slowness. So if you're saying that's what's happening, I think you're doing exactly what you need to do, personally. Alternatively, maybe you're asking me, how can you like the process more? That's a question I can't answer. At least I haven't figured out how, right? If I did, I would be selling it for $1,000 a month. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I would put that on an app. If I knew the answer, I don't think most people understand the answer. Like, what I mean is, I don't think most people can tell other people how to like the process. Like, in my opinion, it is so risky. But you still have master classes, right? Like, people do master classes. I don't know how good they are. I don't take self-help stuff. Like, there's self-help, right? Self-help classes. And no offense to the other people, I'm gonna say this because I have no experience. I have no experience with taking like master classes in self-help, learning strategies, or studying strategies, memory retention. There are people who are trying to do this. They are trying to make it so that it's easy to create liking the process. Like, in fact, I legitimately watch someone who I kind of come to respect, who sells a class on how to instantly like to read books, or like how to learn how to read love to read books in like 3 months. And my first thought is, I'm kind of curious what's in it. That's my first thought. But since I've never taken it, I'm too neutral about this. I don't think these things are possible because I have yet to refute or confirm them. So I can neither deny nor confirm if there's some sort of secret sauce to liking the process. And no, I didn't always like the process. Much like you, when I was in high school, I only know correct answers. And the way I did it was I got really, really good at memorizing things. I memorized the crap ton of correct answers. In fact, when I was doing exams, I quoted the book. All my exam questions were quotes from textbooks. And if you're wondering, well then how did I do that? I told myself I need to do it. because that's the only way I'm going to get good grades. So the stuff that I was saying earlier, I was projecting a bit. So I should have made a comment. I said I shared a personal anecdote, right? Like the personal anecdote. I was projecting when I used my personal anecdotes. When I was in high school, I only farmed correct answers. And in order to farm correct answers, I relied on my memorization skills. And then during exams, I expect exams to have the same questions. And how do I know they have similar questions? I ask the teacher. I ask the teacher like, oh, what questions will be on the exam or likely be on exam? I took my time, extra time, to confirm what questions or like most of the questions that would be on the exam, right? And then I memorized all the answers. Just like you, I did past exams, past papers over and over again, and I memorized enough correct answers. Which is when I said it still works, getting enough correct answers to coincidentally eventually learn what the process is like. That was me. I wasn't describing some arbitrary person. I was describing myself. When I was younger, much like most kids, I learned as many correct answers as I can. That's like life math. I learned as many as I can. And when I got to college, I had to use these correct answers to form my own process. And that went on to grad school, which then literally required this because a correct process doesn't exist yet. Because when you get to grad school, you're making the correct answer. You're not looking for a correct answer. Like there isn't someone providing you with the correct answer. You're trying to get at an answer, or you're trying to discover something. So no matter what you do now, if you still think in high school, you will fail. You will likely struggle in college, and you will most definitely fail in grad school. Because now you no longer even have correct answers. Like you have no models. When someone says, oh yeah, but in grad school I can just go and look up the periodic table to get the answer. Yeah, but those are not the answers to the problem that they're solving. Those are the memorization stuff that they used to remember in high school, but kind of don't remember now. Like most of the stuff I memorized in high school, they're not even with me anymore. Like I genuinely do not remember the correct answers for whatever it is. Like, what is the what is the German economic term for there's no such thing as a free lunch at the basis of economy? I remember the question that was being asked. Like that question that I just cited is literally an econ question in 10th grade. And I hear nothing about it. Like I don't know what the answer is. It's like Gustafa or Christoph, but I know where to look for it. That's what I mean. There's a German term in economics, in old school economics, that translates to capturing the essence of there's no such thing as a free lunch. And that was one of my questions in 10th grade econ class, but I don't know what the answer is. This is illustrating how important it is to understand how to answer questions and solve problems, not memorize correct answers. Because if you memorize correct answers, it doesn't scale anymore. By the time you get to college and graduate school, none of that scales. There's no like grade, 6 point, pi, average Avogadro's number. Like, yeah, but do you know the concept of Avogadro's number? Do you know why Avogadro's number exists? And what was the meaning and function of it? Those are the kind of questions you get later. Which is not necessary now, in my opinion. Foundation is tough. It's hard to replace foundation. If this is about math being struggle and promise you're doing a lot better than me, sometimes I can't even fractions. Oh, that's okay, Beth. It sounds like you don't really need fractions or application fractions. Sorry, grammar got away from autocorrect though. That's fair enough. We understand what you mean, Beth. What will you do at my age to go and get those good grades in the time span I'm dealing with? Exactly what you're doing. But I power through it. Like, so if you want me to sugarcoat it or not sugarcoat it, I literally did what you did. But I need to do it. So if you want to ask my 18-year-old self, I sucked it up and I said I need to do it. So I studied every waking hour. That's it. Like, I punched the wall so hard that the wall actually went down. If you're saying me at your age, if you're asking me now, like my 40-year-old self, you know, like my 39-year-old self, I already explained most of the stuff, right? Like what I said earlier is what I would do if I wasn't someone who's lacking foundations. But when I was younger, I was lacking foundations. So there was no conceivable way that I would be able to do that. Do the things that I'm currently doing. "12 hours per day isn't good enough." You're making the mistake of saying, when I say every waking hour, to be 12 hours of studying. You aren't studying for 12 hours. I assure you, based on what you're describing, you are not studying for 12 hours. I'm not even studying for 12 hours right now. You like these new emotes? Oh, they were there. Wait, have you not been able to see those emotes before, Beth? They existed. They are my 3-year-old, like, has it been 4 years since I updated it? I really should update the emotes. The emotes, I think they're 4 or 5 years old now. That's interesting that you didn't notice them before. That's the usual critique you hear about traditional learning, is making the kids just learn to remember and not learn to learn. Yeah, so here's the thing about formal education, right? Crocodile. The early years, like when you go from elementary school, like primary school, right? Primary school, middle school, and in high school, it is a necessary part of foundation work. So in foundation work, it is remembering things. However, the critique that you're saying to learn, the critique is also accurate. They don't also teach eventually learn to learn. So what I mean by that is, it's very difficult to get kids, at least in my opinion, to want to do foundational work and learn to learn at the same time, at some point. And so far, in my opinion, there hasn't been a secret sauce for that. Like, so let's say, all right, well, what are the other options? If you say, you know, if you don't like formal education, what are the options? Well, you can learn on the internet. You know what the ironic part about this is? The internet doubles down on remembering to learn, and it does even less learn to learn when you're given voluntary choice. So when you give a child voluntary choice, when a child has no foundations whatsoever, and you have no like formal education, right? Formal education to guide what is considered foundational, and you let them choose online, it ends up double downing on this. And now the things that they choose to learn is like Love Island or their 3,000th hour of Coco Melon. Now, hear me out. There is some neglect on this, right? Because we have to keep in mind that the people who are providing the content online, they're not moderated, right? Not yet. There is some moderation, like YouTube has made efforts to do this, like curate, to create a foundation. And that foundation turns out to be about the same as formal education. So now, what do you have? When you log in as a minor, for example, the minor is given what foundational education is exposing to the kids, like learn how to do addition, learn how to do subtraction and stuff. But the content itself ends up forming a thing that relies on memory to learn. And with that foundation, eventually, with the foundation that you have, sufficient foundation, you can learn to learn. But in my opinion, I don't know when that is. Like, you know, kids vary, right? So when did I learn to learn? 19 years old. That's when I started. How do I know? James asked about calculus. I learned to have to do this in calculus class. I know the professor's name. My roommates clearly know that I was struggling with calculus, but we had a professor. My roommates and I had pretty much all the same classes. This math professor, it taught conceptual calculus. So conceptual calculus required a comprehension. So no matter how well I mechanically know how to do something, it was very humbling. It was one of the most sobering and humbling experiences I've ever had. Because I was very good mechanically. Like, I understand, like, oh, I studied an example. I can break it down into its order of operations, right? Order of operations, and I can reproduce that. And then when I go to take this professor's exams, they're like, can you tell me the relationship between this variable and this variable when the situation increases this parameter? I'm like, what? Like, okay, so all right, let me do a math problem. Okay, so this number goes up. What does it mean if this number... I'm actually saying more than I did when I was younger. It's kind of like this, where we'll use our Pythagorean theorem example. Whoops, that's not Pythagorean theorem. So a squared plus b squared equals c squared. What is this saying? What is the relationship that it's saying? So we're not going to even use calculus, right? We're going to use Pythagorean theorem. What is this literally saying to you? A mechanical student would say, well, a squared, b squared, a squared plus b squared plus c squared is saying that a on this one side and b on this one side and c is the hypotenuse, that these values equal this equation. I'm like, okay, that's great. Sort of. Like, okay, so if I were to tell you, can you prove or disprove Pythagorean theorem by if it's true or false, if a triangle like could exist if B is greater than A, which is greater than C, and explain how this can't be possible, explain how it could be possible. This destroyed me. this type of line of thinking destroyed me. This is conceptual. This is how you, in my opinion, this is to explain the difference the moment you start comprehending things and not memorizing things. Because yes, here's the concept. Here's the application. Do you understand this concept well enough to understand this theoretical situation, either support or negate or counter argue the situation? And when you're talking at a high level, when you're analyzing like problems and solving things, this involves critical thinking. Knowing the right answer involves zero thinking, because you can literally memorize the answer. You can't memorize this. Like, you could try and then they'll, and you're like, do you understand it? So, well, no. The next question you have, it's going to be like, okay, so imagine an equilateral triangle. So imagine an equilateral triangle where they're going to phrase it as A equals B, where both is greater than C. Explain if you can explain if this could be a right triangle. I'm simply asking questions. Like, it's a lot easier to ask questions to test a concept than to be able to sufficiently explain the concept applied to a question. So that's kind of like scientific inquiries. When someone says, oh yeah, I know what 1 + 1 is. It's 2. Okay. So when you have an equation A + B = C, how can you tell me in what instance where A + B will give an even C for whenever A is less than 1? There is a particular answer to this, by the way. I'm just making these up as I go. So you understand the concept of addition, right? It's a very simple, like somebody would, you know, like a high school student would say, I know how to add numbers. It's like, okay, well, this is algebra. I know this. All right. And then I asked them, all right, so give me a theoretical or situational with numbers, please. Prove that you can have a situation in which A + B can equal all the situations in which A + B leads to an even C, where A is less than 1. Explain. And you can get wild answers like, well, there's an infinite number of C's or an infinite number of A's that are less than 1. So you can have various conceptual answers to something very simple like this. The simple person would say, well, okay, A equals less than 1, so the only thing less than 1 is A equals 0. So if it's 0, then it's every time B is even. It's like, no, that's not true. Because what does A equals less than 1 mean? Right, it's not proper notation. It means infinity between 0 and 1, but let's not forget there are infinite negative numbers. Right? So this, concepts like this, tests the limits of one's comprehension. This only tests the correct answer. Looking at mathematical concepts, as well as scientific ones, biological inquiry and stuff, when you're looking at only the correct answers, you only have that limited scope. So the moment when someone says, oh yeah, this is easy, I'm like, it's probably not. That's the tough part. Yeah, you're sort of joking about it, but it looks like you need to spend more time to make it work. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you mean the 12 hours thing? Yeah, yeah. So, okay, so you asked me, like, how if I like the process, right? Did I always like the process? And it took me 19 years. I'm literally sharing with you why I like the process now, because I got scarred. And how do I eventually like the process? Like you can ask, well, how do I eventually like the process? It goes back to yesterday's crocodile mentioned something. It's to demonstrate that I have failed miserably, get back up, and learn from it. I literally knew the moment when I realized, like, I was largely a 4.0 student, right? Up to that point. And the first exam, well, I think it was the second exam. The first exam was kind of like a nice lean in. I could still rely on my memory and whatnot. And then slowly during the years of calculus was over more than a semester. I got like my test score back, right? My test back, and I just see all these red marks. And then when I was looking at the red marks, I was like, oh no, I don't understand anymore. And hear me out. It's not that I did understand anything. I realized that I didn't understand anything. Like, I didn't understand anything in the way my professor did. So like, I didn't understand what my professor is trying to tell me. Like, he was trying to help me demonstrate that I am not comprehending the concepts. I am simply reproducing the mechanics. So you can do that. A craftsman can do that, for example. And it's not bad or good. A fantastic craftsman can reproduce things so well because they're incredibly practiced. But if you want to be a conceptualist, right? Someone who's trying to theorize and whatnot, it would require that you understand. I'm not saying craftsmen don't understand. Craftsmen, through their reproduction practice in their field, they understand, like, oh, this thing can tweak this thing and this thing can tweak this thing. They still understand the relationship within it. So you can do that through heavy practice. That's kind of like constantly practicing the correct answer and adjusting. Practice the best thing, adjust. Best thing, adjust. Best thing. This, to me, is incredible. It requires a lot of zeal, passion, and that's what the internet does celebrate a lot. They celebrate craftsmen, right? People who do something for a very long time, and it shows. That also implies that the person did it with the utmost passion. Passion requires that nothing stops you. You always need to do it. You're unrelentlessly motivated. That's one way to become an expert. There are other ways to become an expert, and that's through comprehension. So you probably heard this before where, like, let's say a scientist, quote unquote, a scientist talks to a expert basket weaver, right? So this expert basket weaver can explain nearly all of the intricate details and things that are involved in basket weaving, and the scientist, who is more likely to be multidisciplinary. I'm not saying all, but they are more likely than how specific basket weaving is. What they can do to comprehend this unbelievable nuance is they can immediately take the nuance and contextualize it in their idea, so this increased comprehension. And that is what I use today. So whenever someone explains to me a problem, which is what I did in the last 2 hours, I try to recontextualize it to see if it resonates with Mika. Yesterday when I was talking to you, Crocodile, I was trying to recontextualize the details you were sharing in order to make it like empathetic between the two of us, at least in attempt. So it's rarely ever like, oh, I don't go to someone and say, I think you're a high school student, so now I'm going to treat you like one. Right? That is, in my opinion, low-level thinking. That's when you think you know the right answer, and then you execute on the right answer. You rarely ever interact with whatever information's coming in, even if it's the solution. So like, for example, someone who thinks, I know the right answer. It's whatever's written in the book. Right? So then you go look at the solution. And now I know it. Then you go to execute it. And you realize you don't know it. But that's not quite true. You do know it, but you don't understand it. So it's not don't knowing it, you just don't understand it yet. You haven't understand it yet. And understanding is often for life. Most of the time. Knowing is temporary. It's to get your good grades or subjects you don't care about, right? That's typical one. If you don't care about math, but you still need to know math to get your degree, that's knowing something. You know something temporarily to get the grade. So you can probably brute force it using memory. Understanding something is nearly for life, because in order to understand something, it requires that you have experience that's connected to it. So I understood the meaning of my 19-year-old self discovering that I suck at math. Like, Procall made this joke and say like, you probably don't suck at math. You're probably being humble, right? No, I really think I suck at math because that's how I felt when I was 19. And I'm not entirely sure my math comprehension improved at all. So like, I was doing this whole like a squared plus b squared equals c squared and throwing Pythagorean theorem around and whatnot because I'm operating on things that I do understand. So then I can manipulate them as quickly as possible. And they don't have to be correct. I know the limits, the upper bounds and the lower bounds of my comprehension of the Pythagorean theorem. But I still suck at math because the stuff that I didn't talk about, right? When someone says, well, all right, why don't you do a third order differential equation and create a hypothetical situation and then prove that solution? I'm like, pass. I legitimately have no idea the relationship between them. I can kind of brainstorm about it, and I'm still providing the example. So I know the scope. Oftentimes when I was 19, the first thing I learned when I got humble is I understand the scope of my ignorance. It's not to say that I know exactly the range of how much I don't know. When I got into college, I understood that the extent of my ignorance was unmeasurable. It was far beyond what I thought. It was a humbling experience. And that's usually why I love formal education. At least the part of formal education that I like. because you don't know when you're going to be humbled by the scope of your ignorance. And it can only be, in my opinion, it's rare, it's often demonstrated through experience. It's not demonstrated through what you read online. Like, if you read something online, you'll always think you know it. Legitimately. Like, how do I know this? Sorry, Mika. We're gonna use Mika for example. Like, oftentimes I would say, okay, this is the answer, right? Like, and my first question I always ask when someone says this is the answer, right? I'm like, can you explain the answer to me? And they're like, well, it's the answer. Like, it's right there. That's how you explain the answer. It's like, I don't understand the answer. Can you explain to me how? Can you explain to me in a way that I can understand the answer? Right? And then instead of the person asking me, can I ask you what your background is so I can understand more about you, so then I can formulate an answer and reiterate and contextualize this answer to suit your comprehension so that you can understand it. No, that's not what a younger person would ask. They would simply say, well, it's the answer. You just need to memorize it because there's no other way. It's so basic. It's so basic that it can only be that answer. And my first thought is, that's exactly my point. When someone tells me, can you explain this? Can you explain, like, why is polar coordinates related to geometry? Right? Someone, a high school student would say, oh, I've learned this before. Polar coordinates is, let's use a Gaussian plane, and polar coordinates is like, there are specific points on this coordinate plane. And then in geometry can measure these values, so you can start drawing, like, there's a relationship. So they can go and keep on talking about all the conceptual things that they memorized and understood. And then meanwhile, the person that's asking, can you explain it to me? The first question you probably want to ask yourself is that person going to understand what you're going to say? Right? Because it requires comprehension. So you could explain a concept without comprehension. So that means, well, you can explain a concept without your own comprehension. And then you can immediately spot someone who's explaining it to you without comprehension. So oftentimes this comes up as, okay, well, someone tells me a vocabulary word is, they understand it. They understand what, whatever vocabulary word is, it means this. Like, what you call it, James and I talked about the word trite, right? And then James proposed overused. And the moment he mentioned that, I integrated it into I said something about trite being like short with someone, like the act of being short with someone, or it has a lot of implicit nature. It can be considered superficial. And then when James contributed additional things, the use of overuse or cliche, I already know that because I've had conversations with other people. So what happens is it's both of these. I contextualize why something that is trite can feel short with someone. Cliche and superficial and usually implicit is because it typically is overused and cliche. That's comprehension. So when you're trying to talk to someone and explain the relationship between things and whatnot, that's demonstrating comprehension. If you're gonna immediately just say, it means, trite means equals overused, and then that's where you stop, to me, you either only comprehend yourself, which is projection, or this is simply a memory technique. Like you just memorize a synonym for trite is overused. So I get to test that. And obviously, James, in my opinion, did not disappoint, because James can make his own connections with whatever, and he can choose to refute or reject what they are. So that's what I would typically call an intellectual exchange, as opposed to dictating. Like, I didn't tell James like, oh no, it doesn't mean overused. Oh no, it's not cliche. That's not true. Like, but I have to entertain the idea that, but he thinks it's overused and cliche. So where's that coming from? And then now we're back to the very beginning of Mika's journey right now. Right now, when I was 19, I discovered that I didn't understand what other people were telling me. So I didn't understand my calculus professor. And my calculus professor humbled me by demonstrating that I only memorized my mathematical concepts. I didn't comprehend what they meant at all. And that shaped everything else. So nowadays, what is an example? I already set this up, by the way. When I started 2.5 hours ago, I set all of this up. The reason why I started using notations like A, inhibiting stuck, and then A, creating stuck with an F naught, and then an F prime, which is integrated in with this. This is what I learned. This is how I learned that mathematical notation can also be used to create relationships. These little arrows and stuff, they come from cellular signaling pathways in molecular biology. So all my shorthands are literally the examples of the most important concepts of math and stuff. You have to understand the relationship between them. If A gets you stuck, then you have to test if A is the problem. So one way to test is pick up a new source, test it without A. If the new source gets you stuck still, then there's a chance A is part of the problem. Right? So this is mathematical notation in a simplified way to illustrate syllogism as well. And syllogism was in college. I took a class on logical systems. How is logical system related to math? Syllogism uses variables, and those variables are used to be presented as arguments. And then when I later learned about cellular signaling in my immunology class, I adopted signaling arrows and inhibitory arrows and equilibrium, which is from chemistry and signaling pathways, equilibrium notation, and combined all three of them. So my math understanding of relationships, then I carried my calculus understanding into my chemistry, which then influenced my immunology, which in my graduate school, I usually do signaling pathways. So all of these things are connected now. They are rarely ever disproportionate. So whenever I think about syntax, whenever people talk about syntax, how is it relating to right now? Let's throw it all the way back to language learning. Language learning is syntax heavy. Like the reading of language at the beginning of its foundations. you often have to rely on syntax. What is syntax? I'm using the word syntax because computer science, but the other word for syntax would be the script. This is how I personally create analogies to these words so that I understand their concept. What is a script in a language? Kanji. Kanji is a script. It can be equivalent to my syntax from the days that I learned Python. And then my Python days went back to the days when I conceptually understood my calculus concepts. So all of these things continue to build on each other. I can talk about one subject and I can always bring it back to every other subject that I understand. Because what connects all these things, in my opinion, is the concept of having to learn it and then develop comprehension for it. I rarely ever say, when someone says, do you know something? For example, I would often reply, I know of it. Or I could go further and say, I understand some of it. And I really do mean that. When, of course, in colloquial speak, when someone says, do you know? They actually infer that they understand the thing. But ultimately, in reality, when someone says, oh, I know that, I usually follow up with a question. And then I will know what they mean by, do they know it? And usually the answer is, they seen it, they memorized it temporarily, but they don't understand it. So when I tell someone, oh, I understand what you mean, I literally do mean I understand what you mean. And how would I go and demonstrate I understand? I use an analogy that can be relatable to the person I'm talking to the person, right? If they say, no, I still don't get it, then I retract my statement and say, oh, okay, can you explain it again? Because I'm having trouble understanding you. I know what you're trying to say, but I really don't understand you, because if my analogy fails, that means that I'm not processing, I'm not relating the stuff you're telling me. So that is the technicality when it, in my opinion, that goes from someone who maybe likes critical thinking, or this is a contrast between someone who likes critical thinking and who doesn't like critical thinking, and all the things in between, right? So if you don't think it's interesting to be wrong, critical thinking is not for you. If you don't think it's interesting to be humbled by someone saying, yeah, you're way off the mark, chief, then critical thinking might not be for you, personally. So I test these things on a daily basis. To me, it is the most exciting part, because if I say something to someone and they're like, no, you got me all wrong. It's like, oh, really? Can you explain it to me? And the whole idea is I'm relying on the fact that the other person is also a critical thinker. Because if the other person is not a critical thinker, they'll simply say it's too complicated. It's complicated. It depends. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. Maybe I'll learn from observing you in the future. That's what I would say. I would say something like, perhaps we can do something in the future or exchange ideas in order for me to figure it out myself. Because clearly I have to respect the person that I'm talking to. They don't want to think that deep about whatever they're trying to do. They're not in the business of explaining their problems or explaining what they learn and stuff with other people. And that's how I respect the space of people who don't want to be critical thinkers. Now, there is a problem here that I encounter very often, and that's when people want to like critical thinking, but they actually hate critical thinking. That's a problem. And that's when you have college dropouts. And it's not a bad thing, because those who decide to leave college early, they know what they want. At least in my opinion. They knew that college is not for them. The most disheartening ones are they manage to scrap on by in college and they continue down that road and basically just hate the thing that they're expected to do. That's a different story. That's like going too deep and you can't return. Like you've invested so much, you're just gonna have to follow through now. There's no point of return. This stuff is disheartening, really disheartening, and it does happen quite a bit. Like people who want to become doctors, for example. And no, I'm not denying that doctors are incredibly underappreciated. So like when you want to become a doctor, I'm talking about a physician, not like a PhD holder. There are other things, like for example, the joke about PhD holders is that if you're in it for the money, you're in the wrong profession. That's a kind of a joke, and stereotyped as well as for physician doctors. Physician doctors would be like, well, you might be compensated with some money, but there are other things that you have to comprehend. You have to understand that it's expected of you. It's not going to change the reality that you're underappreciated, right? And you're going to be overworked, incredibly high in demand with short supply. That's kind of one of those concepts, right? And that's what I mean by, if you truly comprehend something, you are comfortable in understanding what you need to do and what you want to do. And I think college is a great way for some people who have money and privileges to find out if they like critical thinking or they don't like critical thinking. Because I can do this all day. Like legitimately, you know, the joke about how many scientists it takes to do something. It takes to do something like simple. You would insert something simple. And the joke behind that, in my opinion, what makes me laugh is like it can be any number of scientists, because the fun activity would be, the funny thing is they probably sit there and talk about it for a lot of time. They might even question the existential crises of wanting to screw in a light bulb. Like the joke is, how many scientists does it take to screw in a light bulb? And the very like conservative joke is 2 scientists, 1 scientist to hold the ladder and then 1 scientist to go up the ladder. But you could make it even sillier, 1 scientist to determine how long of a ladder, then another scientist to go and buy the specific length of the ladder, have another scientist transport it the most efficient way to the location, have another one determine where the location of the ladder is going to be, and then determine and select someone who can appropriately climb the ladder with being able to perform that task. So it keeps going, right? That's kind of the idea. So if you don't like critical thinking and you think that yap, this is boring, like I don't like reading other people's rationale about sentences and people arguing about is it desu or is it des? Is it like when and where? I think, in my opinion, that's a great way to figure out. This is a great first litmus test to not be committed to like 4 to even 8 years of your life if you choose to go to professional school. It's a great way to test now. And that's what I do appreciate about standardized testing. Like I dislike standardized testing. I'm not a fan, right? I already made that clear. I dislike standardized testing. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate what it does. What it does is it screens for one thing that I inherently had to learn. Critical thinking. And to me, it's actually testing the foundations of critical thinking. So at the beginning, and what is wrong with the foundations of critical thinking? Like, this is a nightmare. First of all, in high school, when you're a little wee young lad in a potato, right? A potato as in like growing potato, you're ready to sprout and all that stuff. You don't really have to do a lot of critical thinking. Like, I had to critically think about racism, discrimination, how to stay invisible, what the juxtaposition of two different contrasting cultures, and I still lack critical thinking skills, right? Yes, I'm not a poster child for someone who should have had critical thinking skills, but my life did challenge me in quite a lot of ways that should have made me a lot more robust at critical thinking. And yet, when I was 19 years old, I still inherently got slapped in the face with the critical thinking stick. Like, nah, you thought you were thinking really well. Like, because I had to talk about I had to think about bills, like growing older, like the juxtaposition of status quos, like code swapping. Like, I did that when I was younger. Not a lot of people do that, actually. The vast majority of people are not minorities. They are majorities in their country. So you don't have to, as a kid, juggle the code swapping of how to fit into multiple circles. You simply have to be in the in-group or the out-group of the dominant culture in your country. So even despite that, I didn't make the connection of what I did normally in my life when I was younger to my mathematical concepts, right? How do you get better at fitting in with other people? You comprehend the relationship of dynamic variables. So if you're ever wondering, like, so what does it make? What are the benefits of being a critical thinker? Well, one for sure is that there is a high chance that people will hate you less. Take it with a grain of salt, because there will still be people that hate you. I'm not saying no people will hate you. There's going to be people that hate you. The idea is, because you have critical thinking skills, the likelihood goes up that you'll be able to understand more people. You'll be able to fit into more people. You'll be able to solve more problems. So whenever you tackle a task, I think the defining line between someone who's a critical thinker and not is not how happy they are. Because I can assure you, being a critical thinker doesn't guarantee that you're a happier person. In fact, there might be a compelling, debatable argument that a critical thinker is less happy. Right? They perform possibly better overall, but they might not necessarily be happier. And we're talking about not the idea of being happy. Like, a critical thinker can be overall happy. But if we were going to compare it, there's no guarantee that being someone who solves problems, like, and all that will lead to a happier life. In fact, sometimes, and again, arguable, most critical thinkers, they run toward problems. Because that's what sustains them. When one problem is solved, more problems spawn from that problem. So you constantly run against problems. And they like, in my opinion, that's the appropriate lifestyle of someone who likes to critically think. They run towards problems because it's the best feeling ever. You solve problems for a living. That I can see that as the genuinely the best thing since, anything, which is why being a scientist was fantastic. Being a basic research scientist was fantastic for me until the whole money thing came in. And then the money thing demonstrated to me that I'd rather be ignorant to the whole money situation. So, yes, there are things that I prefer not to critically think about, which is money. Money is one of the critically thing I don't want to think about. Proprietary information, I don't want to think about that. So I did choose my poison, you know, the things that I wanted to avoid and whatnot. And the idea is you get to choose between them, right? So this is my personal antidote. I also did all the silly goobery things that everyone else did when I was younger. It didn't. Now, if you're wondering, then what is the difference? Was there a difference? If I had to say like what I'm comfortable in saying, like, so there must have been a difference between me, right, at 19 than others, right? Well, if you wanted to do logical things, I was multicultural. It's actually what I wrote most of my essays about, by the way. When I applied to college and I applied to grad school, most of my personal statements were dealing with the idea that I needed critical thinking skills because of being multicultural. I had double the volume of nearly everything because of multicultural perspective, right? That's what I sold. I sold the idea that because I grew up needing to constantly look at things differently, consistently over and over again, even if I'm not doing science, I am well trained, sort of, by life and experience to tackle problems, because I typically only see alternatives, diversity, and whatnot. So that makes me ideal to have problem solving skills. And that's what I'm here to talk about today, right? So if there's any difference between my 19-year-old self and others, is when I find out that I'm behind, I catch up fast. And what is the, to me, what is the gold standard of someone who's really educated? They catch up fast. And what I mean is, okay, well, gee, I guess I'm not going to work in science. Let's just go and learn Japanese. All right, let's start now, today. I have a plan already. Took me like 1 month. Now we're 2.5 years into it. I'm not even batting an eye. And that sounds a little bit arrogant, but the idea is I could fail tomorrow, and that's fine. Like, what I mean is, if I fail, then I pick myself up and I solve that problem. So it's not because I'm confident that I'll be successful. It's confident that I can keep going. It's confidence that I will find a way to make things work. That is what it's like to be a critical thinker. You kind of, like, hear me out. It's kind of weird, but you kind of want to encounter problems earlier than later, because when you encounter problems, you have the greatest opportunity to learn more. Like, that's my take on things. Like, if something becomes increasingly frustrating, like Mika thinks of being frustrated by foundations as a demotivator. When I get frustrated, I get even more motivated. Like, when something gets really hard, I double down and work even harder, because I know I have more to gain from this than avoiding it. So if this sounds like you, like you're preaching, like, hey Maku, you're preaching to the choir, I love doing that too. Like, we can have long standing conversations about things, because I didn't go into science thinking that it was going to be easy. I went into science knowing that it's going to be frustratingly hard. That's why you pursue knowledge, right? At least for me. So when I'm saying I'm willing to go in for a penny and in for a pound, like yesterday, to anyone else who like just randomly comes by and say something, I'm willing to do that, because personally, one of the most complicated things to do in life outside of like studying science and the great frontier and stuff is solving someone else's problem. That's my opinion. Or trying to understand someone else, like trying to understand a human being, not like their biology situation. Like, I understand neurobiologists would roll their eyes and say, well, psychobio, if we can delineate the correlations of behavior, the emergent behavior with our biochemical responses in our endocrine system, etc., right, we can possibly simulate the behavioral outputs of someone's human. Like, go for it. Like, that's awesome. I can't wait to hear their findings and then integrate that into understanding the behavioral idiosyncrasies of someone else, right? Until then, though, I still think, despite not working in science anymore for the time being, maybe there is still a chance, getting to understand someone else and their unfathomably deep, convoluted logic in which they're keeping themselves down or being depressed or like unachieving or just having like what Mika describes in her cyclic spiral of misery, trying to adopt new foundational knowledge. That is incredibly challenging, and that's exciting to me. I'm not excited because people have problems. I'm excited that I could try to help with their problems. So I don't wish the world to have problems, but let's just be reasonable here. Humans don't have like a finite number of problems. They continue to solve problems and create new problems along with it. So that's kind of like what science does. So whenever I talk to a scientist, that gleam in the eyes of the interviewer, right, the interviewee, like when a host says, oh, so now that you have discovered and engineered this wonderful solution for our energy crisis, what is next? It's like, oh yeah, let me tell you about the 30 different problems that when I was working on this solution, oh man, there were 30 other things that I really want to work on. So let me tell you about some of them. That is what I mean by a person who is built to be a scientist, or someone who's built to solve problems. Like engineers solve problems, theoretical physicists solve. I don't know enough about theoretical physicists, so I don't want to tackle that thing. Someone who writes a book, you'd be surprised what they're trying to solve. If you ever ask an author the questions, at least in my opinion, that are interesting is not, oh, did you make a lot of money from this book? No, I want to ask, you know, what this particular character has a resounding resemblance to the current status, that, you know, the current questionable epidemic about youth in online activity. Has any of that ever inspired you to make a commentary on that through your writing or something like that? And then can you give me an example as to how you can illustrate this with your own writing? That type of thing, that's what I like interviews about, because what you're talking about is you're trying to get to comprehend the other person, and most of the time it's as equivalent as to Mika said this before, and I often say, like, when I was in high school, you know how you have like a image, something like a picture of an artwork, and then you have one person who stands there for like 10 hours. I'm exaggerating, obviously, like we're gonna say like for 15 minutes, but really it feels like 10 hours to another person who's like, I'm out of here in 1 minute, right? 15 minutes might as well be 10 hours to someone who can only stand here and look at a piece of artwork for 1 minute. In high school, that's me. After grad school, that's me. the question is, what happened? Why would I 15 minutes seems like a short amount of time. I would say like when I need to go. I decide how much time I would spend in front of the portrait, in front of the painting, because let's say the place has 30 painting and the place is only open for 2 hours. I would have to pace myself between them. So that's how I would determine my limit. But however, if it's just one painting and it's open for 2 hours, I'd probably stay there for 2 hours. I could, and talk about it for 2 hours. But when I was in high school, because I lacked experience and any form of comprehension, right? Like all of my stuff is foundational. So I barely have enough experience to create any depth in my understanding. I would stand there for a minute and I'm like, I'm done. We just went through all the stuff that's relevant to this. It's not like I have a lot. Like I barely even drew in high school. I had to take art class, but I like drew one portrait or something like that, and that's about it. How could I ever appreciate a piece of artwork, however convoluted or high quality it is, if I lack the foundational concepts and as well as lack experience? Here's one last anecdote that, oh, not anecdote. Here's one last thing that I'm taking from someone else, and it's more like multiple people. There's a time in someone's life, especially a critical thinker, in my opinion. You don't have to be a critical thinker, but I would say it probably happens far more for a critical thinker. You're like in your 30s. I'm kind of describing myself, so it's sort of an anecdote. And my father is doing this before. So it's anecdotal as well as other people. Where if you have the privilege of having your parents still around, you look at your 60-year-old father. I'm specifically, this is making an anecdote. I'm talking about my father here. When I get up to go to run, occasionally I would see him walk out of the house and stare at the tree. Sometimes he would go to the side of the house and like stare at the sky. And when someone spends enough time thinking about stuff, you begin to understand why people like your parents, who are far more experienced than you, could find joys in the simplest things. Because you no longer look at those things the same way anymore. Like, you don't see just a tree. You don't see just a house. Like, whenever my parents like visit a place after a while, you know, like they visit a place like thousands of times, but then one day something changed about it. They could spend the whole day on those small changes. That's the transformative event of human thinking, in my opinion. So in a way, it's kind of humorous because I said the same thing too. Like, why would anyone stare? I still remember in my teenage years, like, why would anyone stare at a piece of painting for like 15 minutes? I'd give it like 5 seconds. You see the whole thing. Like, you just snapshot and you go. Like, what's the point? It's not a big meaning about it. And the funny thing is, I didn't want to be an artist. Like, when I was there in my teenager years, I didn't tell myself I was going to be a painter or I was going to do art. But now I encounter people who want to do art and legitimately they are struggling with appreciating the things that are required to be artists or required to be computer scientists, or in my opinion, or going to be brutally, honestly humbling by the time they get to it. Like, it's difficult for me to understand how someone could pursue a career that requires logical reasoning to be incomprehensibly deficient in logical reasoning before deciding. So like things like and it's still reasonable because these are young people I'm talking about, but where, you know, someone like 23 years old, they're like, yeah, I really want to make a living with content creation. It's like, okay, have you run a business before? No. Why? And their first response is like, oh, I hate business owners. Like, because business owners, they're all about making money and making sure that profit comes in, making sure they're staffed. Like, I hate business. I don't want any business skills. And my first thought is, but you want to make a living off content creation, right? So have you considered that you may want someone who is a business person? Like, nah, I don't chill with business people. They're all greedy slobs and stuff. Like, okay, but you know that there are other business people who aren't greedy slobs. Like, no, they're all the same, because I don't care for business. I know I can run a business without knowing how to run a business in order to make a living. That's kind of how I feel about talking to people who maybe lack enough critical thinking skills to pursue a professional career that requires critical thinking minimally. They could also be very lucky and have like someone else mentor them, right? So you don't necessarily need critical thinking skills. It's nice to have if no one else is there to provide a model for you, right? So that's the age we live in, at least in my opinion, when someone says, yeah, I could do this, and then later on down the road, they either fail really, really hard and blame everybody else, or, and I love these stories, the first thing they'll say in an interview in retrospect is, oh yeah, I didn't realize how much I needed to understand how to operate a business. And then we encountered all these other problems that I needed to solve as I was going. I was kind of inexperienced, but it was incredibly rewarding to understand my failures in order. I'm actually paraphrasing Stephen He, in one of his interviews, where he talked about his very first like multi-million-dollar like fumble on his first venture, his largest venture. So, and he got up, turned it all back around, and went going. So that's what I mean by, yeah, there's a appropriateness for it, and it doesn't come from liking it first, at least in my opinion. I don't think I've always liked the process. I just like what it comes with nowadays, at least in my opinion. All right. Now I'm truly done with this digression. Thank you again for all. You're probably not big brain enough for research science, but you respect that goal. That's fair enough, Beth. That's very humble way of saying things. I'm not. So I would say I'm reasonably equipped to do research for science. However, I decided that I was not reasonably equipped to handle all the other logistics of science. Like personally, like I'm not regretful about it, but more so I accept that I can pass. And that's like persuading people to fund my research, or competing with other colleagues for the importance of your data versus other data, or the encroaching impending doom of requiring all science to be application oriented, or pretty much considering the idea that I might just end up in a like quality control or an R&D department in a biotech startup company in which they can just specifically fire me whenever they want. Those are like the potential possibilities that I had to weigh, and it wasn't sufficient. I was not sufficiently interested, and the nice thing about this is, or like the silver lining here is, unlike other people right now, unlike younger people, for example, I have a lot of other things that are interesting. So whenever I quote unquote pivot from something else, I already have hundreds of thousands of things lined up that I want to do in life. So it's not like I don't have choices. So whenever, and this is about privilege, about like having the ability to do the things. So I'm not saying high school students should be able to do this yet. The idea is you have to empathize with younger people because they're obligated to do certain things. And then when they are unable to do it, it's not like they have a laundry list of things they can do. So I am earnestly saying, when someone says, oh, you're bored of this, try to find something that you need to do, but you're less bored of it. It's rarely trivial to say to a younger person like, oh, you're bored of this? Why don't you just go find something that you're not bored of? That's very hard when you think about how limited experience a younger person has. For me, if you're asking like when I was 18, so what happens when you're bored of doing something? I suck it up and do the boring thing. That's how little choice I thought I had. And that's what taught me endurance and patience. For better or for worse, that's kind of what taught me about liking things that are boring. So my solution is something that I feel nowadays, especially people who grow up on the internet, will not understand very quickly. How do I like the process? I learned that I needed to learn it. That's it. So the reason why I ended up liking the process is because I was ignorant. I found out that I did not understand things. I didn't learn to learn. I learned to remember. And if your answer is, oh man, that's so frustrating, like it's so boring, and I told myself, suck it up. In the long run, I will like it. That's what I did. So how did I convert from not doing something, getting humbled by something, to immediately embracing it? Is that I literally told myself, in another 5 or 10 years or something, however long it is, I'm going to absolutely love it. And I'm going to spend years and years talking about it. I actually said this 10 years ago, 10 to 15 years ago. I said it 10, maybe 15 years ago. Then I said it 10 years ago. I said it 7 years ago on Twitch. And then now I said it 3 years ago when I started language learning. In no way do I ever think having a problem to solve is frustratingly a bad thing. And then whenever someone tells me, oh yeah, be wary, language learning is hard, it's gonna be like, you're gonna fall for all these traps, you're an English speaker, so all these problems are gonna happen, all these bad habits, like, nice, let's go and test them. Because if I can't test them, you let fear take control. So when someone says you're gonna have a bad habit of making this error, it's like, oh nice, I'm looking forward to it. I'll tell you what type of solution and what type of workaround that I develop for it, for myself. Not for you, not for anyone else. I'm not selling these things. I just kind of curious. When someone says, oh yeah, English speakers never could comprehend this thing in Japanese that has no equivalent to English. So good luck with that. It's like, thank you. I can't wait to see how much it'll transform my perspective on language. That is pretty much what I generally say, but sometimes I try to simply acknowledge that, oh, thank you for your consideration. Like I'll make sure I keep that in mind, because oftentimes when I'm very excited about people trying to warn me that I'm going down a path that would be unrewarding scrutinizing, excruciating, and serious, my only contemplation is, dang, what a way to pursue something that's difficult and rewarding. That's really what I think about in my head. And the reason why I don't typically do that all often is because it can kind of come off as condescending or even arrogant or like overly confident. And I usually don't want to portray that. My genuine passion is to see how well I can challenge myself. And I think there are quite a lot of younger people who say that too, but they really are talking about things that they want to do. So like they like challenging video games. And my first thought is, oh, you like challenging video games? I bet it's a Souls-like game. I'm like, oh yeah, I absolutely like Souls-like game. Why don't you just play a puzzle game? Like, nah, puzzle games are garbage. They're like, I don't get them. I'm like, isn't that a challenging video game though? And then they're like, well, yeah, but they're not the, like, you know, the type of challenges I like. It's like, oh, so not challenges. That's what it would sound like. It would sound like a interrogative. It would sound condescending. It may even sound like I'm personally attacking them. So I rarely ever use that line of thought. I typically would share something like, someone's like, oh, I absolutely love challenging games. I play rhythm games for a living. It requires like pinpoint accuracy and whatnot. And I would share with them, it's like, maybe I'll try the rhythm game. So I played OS, right? And then I talked to this guy for some time, like, do you like puzzle games by any chance? I really like these puzzle games. Maybe you can give them a try sometimes, right? Or, hey, I really like deck builders. Can I explain to you why why I'm very interested in the multiplicative interactions of manipulating probability while using set interaction points between effects on decks or like on cards, right? And then, negotiating and monitoring your probabilistic nature of being successful through various permutations of obstacles. That sounded like a gigantic string of jargon, is because that's kind of what's happening inside my head. So oftentimes I would say, a roguelike deck builder is pretty fun too, because there are many ways you can win. Maybe you should give it a try, right? And the other person usually would be like, nah, I only like action games. Action games are more challenging than deck builders because deck builder is turn-based. I'm like, but you've never played a deck builder. What you don't know how to do is always going to be more challenging than what you do know how to do, right? That might change in the future. Like the people that I typically talk to are in their 20s, right? And in their teens. Over the years, I've gotten to know a few of them for like over 5 years now, and their perspective slowly, you can see their perspective slowly change, because now it's not the same as, oh, I don't think that's challenging, that's why I'm not doing it. It's more like they become, it might be because of my influence, I have no idea, so keep it with a grain of salt. Now it's more like Mika mentioned earlier, like this person would say something like, oh yeah, I know, it's really hard. I wish it would be easier for me, but I understand it's really hard for me because I don't do it. However, right now I don't need to do it, so I'm not going to. That is what happens, in my opinion, when I would consider an younger adult growing up and coming of age. They realize that it's okay to not want to do something and making excuses for it, but they also take accountability on understanding the nature of what they're not doing. So then it's not because they're convincing themselves it's not worth their time. It's simply something that doesn't interest them and they can do without it. And they understand what is missing from it. So, like, for example, they can make an argument where, oh yeah, puzzle games are definitely harder than anything I'm currently doing because I don't play puzzle games. However, may I explain to you what type of challenging games that I do enjoy from soft games? You know, Souls-like games. So I tend to play Souls-like games to push the boundaries of these particular aspects of video gaming, like gaming mechanics. However, these video game mechanics do not overlap with the intricacies of turn-based roguelike deck builders. And that, in my opinion, is when you eventually what I would consider as being a lot more mature, a lot more cultured. Not that it's the greatest thing, because sometimes when you know you're missing out on a lot of things, you can get really depressed, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to end on too dark of a note, but oftentimes when you become aware of all the things you're missing, it might not be as glamorous. So I wouldn't say everyone has the same, you know, it's fairly given that most people do not react the same when they get informed about all the things they could be possibly missing. So oftentimes when people talk to me about like logical thinking, syllogism, and critical thinking, the first thing they think about is, I wish it wasn't this hard. Can't I just automatically become a critical thinker without going through the hardships of needing to develop those skills? And that's kind of where it gets sucky a lot of times. I actually legitimately say this a lot whenever someone asks me, oh, are you going to play a Souls-like game anytime soon, right? Because I do play video games. And I would say, I'm not substantially divorced from the last Souls game I played, which was Dark Souls 1 yet. However, I totally understand why it's a great time to be a Souls-like fan, because it's still an incredibly hot and available thing. I'm gonna be real with you, it's not intellectually interesting to me at the moment. I'm not saying it's not intellectually challenging or skilled and difficult for other people and rewarding for other people. I simply have more interesting things that are capturing my attention at this moment. Same to, like, for example, I met Danny not long ago last year in October, where Danny is working on his drawing, Crocodile is working on his drawing, Mika is also doing drawing, and the reason why I'm not just instantly going like, oh yeah, let's pull up my digital pad and let's start drawing and work on our Loomis heads to join in the fun, is because I currently really like language learning. So the thing that can stop me from learning something that I'm currently learning is that something even more interesting and important comes along. Not because I quit because it's less interesting anymore. I think it's really... I'll give a TLDR for everything here. Life is so much richer. This is a hot take. Oh, this is a very hot take. Life is so much richer when you're constantly having the problem of, what interesting thing I do next, or what interesting thing I have time for. That's the thing that I feel nowadays younger people are trying to get to most of the time. Because if you do not have a life in which you're constantly thinking, I don't have enough time to do all the things I'm interested in, then it would usually mean that most things in their life are boring. And usually the boring things are probably things that they believe they need to do. And for myself, if I have to do something, I will at least make it interesting. So if I need to do something, the greatest thing to do, the greatest superpower is, if I need to do something, I sure as heck am going to want to make it interesting. And, you know, like fun, or something engaging in some way. So you can give me some paint and I will give you a monologue about how painting is very interesting, right? If you give me a blank canvas with one color on it, I will probably talk about that one color for as long as you want. That's kind of the challenge of life. Life is so much richer when you are able to always have something interesting. That's probably a good optimistic place to end, right? Science is like, oh yeah, someone fell down. It's like, huh, I wonder if we can do an experiment here. You know, like when someone says hi to me, or when 67 people keep typing 67 to me, let's make a social experiment out of it. You know, that kind of thing. All right, I'm done. I dropped the 6-7 joke, so there you go. Correct.
金髪
Okay. It's safe to say that I'm probably gonna abbreviate my HanziHero and Bunpro today as well. We're on a roll right now, you know? This is sixth day in a row of wonderful random scribbling and logical talking and storytelling. Oh,
完成と
you know, I often wonder, I wonder how yappy I'm going to be when I'm 60. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Stay tuned, I suppose. Stay tuned.
不吉
It's, it's 襲撃
砂丘
丘 髪の毛 止める
Oh, that's it. 核分裂 Okay. 黙る Oh, 語る
語る
Oh, I gotta stop doing that. My jerk reflexes dama quite vigorously. I'll have to slow down on that one. City.
縁談
Endan. 献立滅びる餌食選択肢娯楽短距離渾身
寸前
寸前にああ Oh no, that's not right. 刃物刃物Yikes 朱印食べるのとねOh no,食べるのと
包み紙
なぞなぞ
は
Oops. Ninja. I got two things mixed up. I wasn't reading the right character. Yikes. Complacency. Bit of complacency there.
桃コンニ
侍
と
する
刃先桃色シ集結する
叫ぶ
うち
ちサイナム
紙
姫する
無縁
今はエフェルト
後年
色作
粒子
目懇談悪趣味悪趣味雷雨縁起と謎逆襲戸籍一斉に魚雷入籍
寸
遠距離
姫様
右翼 Nope 左翼行方右翼右翼
梨
叱る大砲一斗缶近距離
国籍
基地基地
粒
寸法翼絶叫一億髪型襲
襲う
う襲う or 襲う列車両翼空襲使える
奇襲 大切落雷
傘
傘
動揺
誠に
握手
のき
包みえ Oh no. Extinction or to destroy? Oops.
潜る
到
承諾
着鍵 Oh, that's just a character. Fine. 変更上がるおお
沼田握る
円
円滑
滑This Oh no 偽
偽物
物群
群がる
がる What? Fine. Same difference.
滑る
滑る滑る Gunkanjima. Gunkanjima.
軍艦島
There's a typo in there somewhere.
Ukagai.
Oh, what?
Ofuda.
Man, I didn't realize we had 200 today. But okay. These are recent ones, so recent ones are pretty fresh in my head. Encoding is pretty good. Akuryoku.
ゆる
Usually when it's like within the last month, pretty harmless. Uh-oh. Oh.
すごく
What else can this be? How do we do like maybe like awfully? They're all related. Okay.
かっこ
Kakko. Oh no, Nure. Ine. Oh no. This is kind of like false accusation, right? Nure is something. Nure ki. Romo is the other one. Dang. I have to come back to this. Ooh. Yeah, so ki gets rendaku to ki. Maybe like... Oh no. This one's like super special. Extra special. We'll come back to it. I don't know what the special read is. Okay. I say...
大西洋
Aku? I mean, kutsu? I thought it was related to grip. Guess it's not related to grip. What do we got?
相対
Multi-
退院する
Oh, wait.
昇進
Like a progression or like a pay raise maybe, or like a promotion. Okay, fair enough. Nishibi or he. Maybe. What? Isn't like setting sun? Oh, okay. Like an evening sun? I don't understand why sunset didn't, but I kind of get it. You
誘惑
誘惑
値段
Oh no. Ayaramu? No, Nayamu.
悩む 迷信
頂上 頂上
昇級
That's a big one.
第
第
一弾
一弾第一弾Weave. Is that a weave?
折る
Order. Okay.
腹
Hara. Kyugyoku? Wait. 究
究極
究極
迫害
Prosecute? Or something like persecute? Oh, it's probably like persecute. Yo? No. Mayo.
迷う
Mayo.
切腹だんだん
Which makes sense now. Nure. Dang it! I still don't know what it is. Uh, dang it. E something. Key? Oh. Oh, what are you? Can you talk through your thought process with trying to figure this out? For this part, basically, here, well, new, since we already triggered new, and this is wet. And then, E is for clothing. However, E is the onyomi. But this here, nure is like a conjunctive form of nuru, which is to get wet. And since this is kunyomi, this is the kun. This is a special read on the kun. And there are two kuns for this. There's kurumo. Kurumo is one of them. And the other one is ki something. And the reason why it's ki is because there's a kun next to another kun, which typically rendakus. So it would be, so ki would be gi. The problem is I have dropped the mnemonic for the clothing is the problem. Like the clothing, this is a really special read. Kuromo and E something. So the idea is then I need to figure out what it is. And the mnemonic is something like the eagle, something about clothing is the key to clothing is the key to maybe like clothe what our kuromo chromosomes. Chromosome is the kuromo chromosomes. Maybe it's naked or nude. It's probably nude. So this is probably new. That's not how you spell. That's not how you write new. New is So this is probably nure. Nureginu. Nureginu is probably the thing.
Nureginu.
And then this is a pivot too. This definition is a pivot from the study as well. So this is wet, and this is clothing. And then when you have wet clothing, it's kind of a figure of speech. It's one of these type of things are a bit of an idiosyncrasy with like kind of Japanese and Asian culture. So wet clothing is to be falsely accused. Or like false accusation or something like that. Yeah, false accusation. Yeah. It's kind of a figure of speech is what happens. Sometimes like things that deal with like licking, going smooth, being slippery, deals with like being excused or being doused, or like putting water on one sub is like throwing it. It's this one is very special, so that's why it can linger and its read is special too. So this particular read over here, I have a special place in the corner of my head that deals with special reads. So most of the time is E, and then occasionally is kuromu. I think the other read, and then this one is the only instance that I am aware of at the moment that uses the kinu, and that's kind of a bit of what's going on. Now the thing is, I have to keep in mind that originally, like when during like day 1 through 100, I was learning the process of this. So all the stuff that I was talking about, like wet clothing, false accusation, and then taking the mnemonics of what it sounds like, and then taking the different kanji compositions, taking their onyomis and their characters and radicals in their characters, which combines to give me the onyomi, which then gives me the kunyomi, and gives me this thing. That used to be what I did most of the time. And then after a while, I don't have to do that anymore. So typically the first step is a intuition check. So nure, I don't think about nure because intuition check hit it. And then I got stuck on this. So then we can move on to step 2, which is to look at the character and then associate based on meaning. Meaning, if I know a sound, or I know character study. So I recognize this as clothing. And clothing of this nature is E, or E in Chinese. So in both ways, then I stop on this check. The next check is that I'm missing sound. So that's what I was going through. I was thinking of like, so I know the other sound. I know all 3 sounds to the greatest extent I can. And the thing is, the reason why I go through everything when I'm stuck is because my mnemonic that I have goes through all of these. So the more connected all of them are, the more I can recite things in my head. So it takes me a while to recite everything in my head. They're all related. Sometimes I just go through and say, all right, if I say E, does that trigger this? If I say this, does it trigger this? If I say both of these next to each other, does it trigger this? So that's what we go through. And then rarely on occasion, if I still am stuck, then I have like a feedback cycle on how I iterate on my mnemonic. Or iterate on how this is related to this in order to maybe next time when it comes around, I'll be able to do it. So that's, it's a very shortened version of it. There's like, the intuition stage has like four criterias of evaluation, like how long it took and how big it is, because this is a compound. So this is a kunyomi, a kunpound term. There's, you know, single terms, right? There are single kunyomis like this. This can stand alone on its own. This can stand alone, and then this would be a conjugated version of a verb. So all of those things still come into play on the loop. So that's kind of to demonstrate that. And nowadays I don't do that. When I was using Duolingo and early stage WaniKani and early stage HanziHero and even Bunpro for example, I would go through it. So I would literally talk through every single step. And then when we get into the honeymoon phase, so I already mentioned this in like day 200 plus, that's when we expedite some stuff in order to scale up. And then occasionally the reason why I don't need to practice like all of the mnemonics, like step 2 used to be step 1, is that whenever I have problems, what I expect to forget some stuff. So this step 2 typically applies to like the volume that I have now. It applies to like 20% of the stuff. So 80, roughly pretty much all 100% of the stuff involves intuition now, and 20% of it still involves the mnemonic. This allows me to practice my routine. So all the stuff that I extract, the process that I extracted from WaniKani still gets reinforced. Any particular term will require a similar routine. It's not the content that I'm focusing on, it's more the routine to boast it. But it does get me to the meaning, the content, which is to correct if it's the correct answer. But the routine itself is reinforced. Now 20% is what I call the maintenance frequency. So basically, I load on enough volume that I still have the opportunity to practice my troubleshooting or the mnemonics. And in this routine, the correct thing here is Duolingo. So the routine number 3 to correct is Duolingo. Duolingo is based on correct associations. So that's what you have to do. And my routine for this was explained in Duolingo's reviews. So like 300 days of Duolingo, there was a routine here too. So when I was using WaniKani, I used Duolingo at a lower frequency. But typically these two steps are coupled together, right? Originally, I did this 80% of the time and Duolingo's routine 20% of the time, which is to leverage what I learned how to remember Duolingo stuff. You dozed off? Oh, no worries. No worries. Hopefully it's a good doze off, Beth. Are you getting enough sleep, Beth? Yeah, so then we're moving on. So now it's 20% and these combined are 20% and it's 80% for this. Because now this new method is going to be carried as a litmus test. And then now this stuff is tacked on to Bunpro. So Bunpro now we're starting to test our intuition. Bunpro is still not in the intuition testing phase. It's more like the first step is to use Bunpro's things, which is grammar related. And I check for sentences. I check for sentence association. So when we move to Bunpro later, that's when I have a different step in front. And then we do the WaniKani step plus the Duolingo step, right? So that's how I'm building. The Duolingo step is formal education. Like, Duolingo gets a lot of hate and whatnot. It's because it reminds them of like formal education, especially less than high school. It's about repetition, and then you're responsible for understanding and comprehending the connections between all the implicit triggers over and over again. So that's why its efficacy is passé. It's quite dated. But I don't think of this as dated, but more like you combine it with a more transformative one. WaniKani uses mnemonics. And mnemonics is a late stage. It's a later stage. It's like late high school to college conception. When you understand how to associate memory, your existing memory, with incoming knowledge. That's when you develop it through late high school to college. You learn how to comprehend through association. So, like, if you don't understand what this means, imagine if someone goes and if someone like threw water on you and all your clothes got wet and they accused you of getting your clothes wet. That's falsely accused, right? That's a mnemonics. It's creating what you think would naturally occur to the incoming message that you need to remember. So WaniKani does it in a very particular way. And that's what I extracted from WaniKani. I did it in a particular way, and then I modified it to meet my needs. So whenever I'm in Bunpro, which we'll go to soon, if I say, oh, this word is kind of tricky, should I write a mnemonic for it? It would be my WaniKani mnemonic. And then what Bunpro does is Bunpro talks about grammar, sentences, and definitions through jisho. And this jisho is how Duolingo presents information implicitly. So in order to get most out of Duolingo, you are expected to look at a dictionary, look at the sentence relationships, and outside grammar sources. So when I'm learning lessons in Bunpro, I write, if I see a term that is not intuitive to me yet, we use a WaniKani mnemonic to create an association with an existing dictionary, sentence, or grammar property. And then those Bunpro weaknesses will then be compensated for WaniKani and Duolingo's routines that I have. I'm not saying that Duolingo is the source of the routine. Duolingo is the trigger. It's how I learn from Duolingo. Like, Duolingo does something, but I need to remember its information. So I took what they did and I created a routine around it to extract the information. And then I used that and adapted it to WaniKani. And then I take both of them and adapt it to Bunpro. So we'll continue this over and over again. Now, if you're wondering, well, it's a waste of time if you have too many routines, right? Eventually your routines are going to be so long. Yes, when you expand a routine, you have to iterate and refine the routine, right? Before you expand again, right? You can't keep expanding or else you end up like a startup company with like $1 million of debt and it all collapses all at once, right? If you keep expanding faster than you iterate and refine. That's the natural order of things. So in this case, in the Bunpro section is when I'm doing refinement. So WaniKani and Duolingo of the past, which I still have to go back to Duolingo. There's something else to do there at some point. I no longer refine these process. So what you saw in day 400 was the finalized routine. Unless something dramatically changes about WaniKani, all of the changes to WaniKani and like the things carrying forward is going to be a response to Bunpro. And some people might say, okay, well, if you iterate and you refine, doesn't mean you waste your time. This is a common question. Didn't you waste your time when you refine, you cut things out? Isn't it better to just do the refine in an efficient way so you don't waste your time? Then you're not doing this. So when someone gives you the most efficient, if someone gives you the most efficient way to do something, you never learned how to iterate and refine something. So if you like go out and say, oh yeah, I already do the best. I'm already the best at something, right? I always know what I need to know, then you'll never improve. You'll never get worse either. So that's good. Like, that's the idea. Your process will never improve. It is unlikely to improve. It can get efficient by being faster. So if you like repeat the same thing, yes, you'll get faster, but the process itself will no longer be adaptive. Like, it can't adapt to new things if you never do new things. However, it can become really efficient. So when you practice a mnemonic, for example, if you're not taking in new information and understanding and trying to understand other people's mnemonic process and then bring it into your own, then there is no growth potential there. You can get really, really fast at producing your mnemonic, but that would be the limit of it. So when someone then challenges you and takes the tool away from you, like if they say, make a mnemonic that connects the ocean with a space worm, right? And that's their whole gig. They try to connect average things to absurd things, and you're thinking like the concept is just that, and you're like, I've never done that before. I've always created my own mnemonic. I can't create the bridge. That's when you want to seek inspiration, right? That's when you expand concepts. So you only, in terms of mnemonic building, you only need to be as good as it is sufficient to connect all your concepts abstractly, in my opinion, personally. That's the most pragmatic and balanced way. So I'm not saying always go out and embrace other people's ideas and then refine them and then incorporate it into your own. That's up to you. As long as your mnemonic system is sufficient to capture most of the abstraction that is required, then you no longer need to expand. And expand is in my opinion, the hardest part. Because an expansion gets harder as you grow older. In fact, nowadays, teenagers like Mika, for example, has got reinforced so hard early on by the internet that it's already super hard for them to expand. Like, it's already very difficult to expand. Usually kids, in my opinion, they keep bumbling around and doing new things and learning and expanding and then iterating and, you know, stumble and falling when they're younger. But if they grew up on the internet, the moment they watch a video, the internet has already determined what to feed them. So that's why one of the biggest dangers about the current, or one of the dangers, they're not intentionally malicious. The algorithm selects for what adults or people want to see. But if a kid doesn't know what they want to see yet, like what the possibilities are, then the first thing they watch a lot of is going to be the dominant way they're going to think and expand and iterate. In fact, sometimes it's so iterative that they no longer expand. So like you get someone telling me like, how do you draw new things? And my first thought is like, what do you mean how you draw new things? Go look at a new thing and draw it. It's like, but nothing is as interesting as like this Minecraft stuff. I'm like, what do you mean by it's not as interesting as your Minecraft stuff? It's like, you know, I kind of like the world being blocky. Everything should be blocky. It's aesthetically pleasing. That's what I mean. It's gotten so efficient, and it's not that anyone's intentionally doing this. I think the optimization of targeted information is, there was a consequence. It was a collateral, in my opinion, of younger people. Younger people tend to be collateral of older people, you know, like older people's desires. Like, it is very useful for adults. Adults know what they're looking for. And even then, an adult can be trapped in their own head when they need to look for a solution. So for myself, it's always expand, iterate, and refine. So for myself, the reason why I no longer have, I have minimal problems, like how do I get from remembering a space worm and silkworm to a popular tree? I've done this long enough to cover nearly most abstractions that are okay. And that's sufficient. So whenever someone says, you know, like Beth just said, the thing with the mnemonics is that sometimes they don't click and feel like another thing to remember, so they make their own. This is assuming, right, assuming Beth has enough time to make all her own mnemonics, and then in unwillingness to understand the conception of someone else's mnemonics. So you have to make the decision yourself. The only way you can get a mnemonic to click from someone else is to expand and incorporate that. But if you choose to reject it, then it will never click. In the future, if it comes back up again, it won't click, and you would have to spend your time to use your skills to create the mnemonic. And that is perfectly fine as long as you have enough time, right? If you want to understand other people, why it is clicking, which people who are making their own mnemonics aren't really in the, they're not really motivated to want to understand how other people understand mnemonics, right? So that's perfectly sufficient when you go and make your own. I didn't make my own, I did both. Like, I didn't solely make my own, I did both intentionally. The intent is first try to conceptually understand their mnemonic, and in order to create comprehension of their mnemonic system, I analyzed it and then associated it with my existing body of mnemonic construction. Then when I go to reproduce it, I can earnestly say that I extracted something from Duolingo and I extracted something from WaniKani. If you're going to get on WaniKani, for example, and then you're constantly making your own mnemonic, then it would be far more pragmatic to go on Anki and make all your mnemonics without ever reading WaniKani's mnemonics. Because if you're not expecting to take anything away from it, then I would say it's far more pragmatic to go to a platform that isn't spending all of its efforts trying to like do the thing you don't find pragmatic. So that's kind of like why I match people up. If I have more experience, I would be able to match people up in a manner that suits them. So typically nowadays, when someone asks me, what are my recommendations? I specifically explain what is it that they do. Oh, I do both too, but you rate to some more than others? Yeah, that's the whole idea. You have to do both in order to expand. And then the thing is, here's the thing though, to internalize someone else's mnemonics is to get inside their head. So when you resonate, it's not expanding. Expanding is not the same as selective picking. So when I'm describing this, expanding means that you're picking up someone else's mnemonic system. Selectively picking is you're only selecting for the things you know. So here, when I say I'm expanding, I'm trying to know their mnemonic system. So I'm slowing down deliberately to understand how they're making their mnemonic system. I'm not picking to see if I vibe with their mnemonic system and only paying attention to the ones that I'm vibing for. I'm literally reading. In the beginning, I literally read all of their mnemonic systems, all of their mnemonic clues, and try to make it work as best as I can. And over time, I learned to read their mnemonic system, as in when there's a new one on here, right? On our lessons, when there's a new one, I kind of already know how they're going to write it. And it's no longer because I can't click with it. I legitimately think like, oh, they're probably going to say like this, and then something about your fingers getting chopped off. That's what I mean. So that's the expansion. You're expanding your understanding of other people's mnemonics, as opposed to cherry picking what lines up with yours, which speeds up the process, by the way. When you cherry pick the things that work for you, and then continue to use the thing that that saves a lot of time. I think the greatest thing about this technique, like this cherry picking, is that you save a lot of time. You're not there to understand how they write their mnemonics. You're there to find out if any of their mnemonics jive with you. So you're vibing your understanding. And for myself, I'm trying to understand their approach. So in the beginning, it was very slow. Like my lesson days to get through like 100 lessons or 80 to 100 lessons, it took me like 6 hours. Like, no, full stop, 6 hours. But that was before I only did HanziHero and WaniKani, so I only had 2 tasks to do. Now I no longer refine things, because when I read when I read this, whenever a lesson comes up, I already probably know what their mnemonics is going to be written because I've written my mnemonics to incorporate their idea into my idea. So when I'm going to go to write a mnemonic, it's going to be similar to theirs, but also mine. So now I no longer have to worry about if their mnemonic makes sense. It's simply choosing if I want to add more to the mnemonic. So now I no longer take time to guess whether their mnemonic works. It generally works. 90% of the time it works. And then I add more to it whenever I have trouble with stuff. So in the later stages, after like day 200, I no longer have to choose whether I vibe with their mnemonics or not. I always do. Or like I mostly do, because I already understand how they're going to write it. So that's kind of like when you talk to someone for a very long time, like you have a close friend, right? Eventually, you will come up with a socialect between your friend. So then when you talk to your friend, you become faster because you understand your friend over time. So you're no longer making the selection of whether you relate to your friend or not, you simply relate to them. And then when you're exchanging between you and your friend, the way you talk has a socialect. As in the way you speak now is a combination of both of your speeches. So it becomes more efficient between you two, but it might not translate to another person. So this is kind of the way I go about these things. Whether than saying I know what to do, like I know best, or it's always based on my taste, the first couple days, like the first quarter, like the first Q1, is to try to be as open-minded as I can, to take in anything I can observe about the way they arrange things. And then in Q2, I add my flavor to it, which is way greater than a product, right? A single product can't match the experience of someone who's 39 years old. It rarely can. A product is made to address a very specific problem, not your entirety of yourself, right? It would be yourself then. It would be your own product that could possibly do that, sort of. So for this, then in Q2, we add my experience into it. And then when we get to Q3, which WaniKani is way past Q3. It's like year 2, Q1 now, which I no longer refine my process anymore for WaniKani. It's like so baked in that it takes me like 5 seconds to write a mnemonic that kind of sounds like something that goes in WaniKani and myself, and that's it. Like I adopted every single one of their kana matches. So like right, all from like ka, ma, all of them. I adopted almost every single one, and then I changed the ones that were, I feel like there's more to do that they would appreciate. Like for example, their use of tends to be like like this, but this is far too flexible. I understand where they're coming from, but something that's less flexible would be something like Apple and an app. This can fit into their model. So whenever they do you can kind of replace it with Apple and app. So that's kind of the idea. In HanziHero, there was this example where this character is a dollhouse. However, every single time they use dollhouse, or not every single time, maybe like 80% of the time when they use this character as dollhouse, it is often serving as a vesicle, like a container. So as opposed to continuing to use dollhouse, I've used the phrase special container. And that's a modification of what Kevin tried to do in HanziHero, but because it's a special container now, the mnemonics that you read from Kevin still reads very well, whether you say dollhouse or special container. But now, because it's a special container, it can be more utilitarian. There's other ways that I can use this to move things around so that you're not like restricted to a dollhouse. So it's kind of a compromise. So most of my mnemonics now for WaniKani, for example, like if I were to write a mnemonic for WaniKani, I would have also my shorthand process that involves what WaniKani does. So for example, this would compose of 2 characters. So we got new, wet, right? New, wet, e, clothing. And then, oh, this one is a special, so it's kind of even more than that. So then we have new again, and re is something else. And then we have gi and new, right? So then we would use falsely accused or false accusations. And this would be my shorthand. So then I would use all of these elements in my mnemonic. Unfortunately, this one's a little special, so we would have to like condense the news and rely on something else. So instead of taking this new with the re, right, we can contract this into new re and then have to wet, and then e, clothing, and ginu. Ginu is off of, we would use then ki and then new. So all of this would be like the nure, right? The nure clothing that got wet was from in E was the maybe like the E that was key to, this is really tough. This one is particularly tough, so it's pretty good. To being new. Being falsely accused of being new. Right? Now, this doesn't make any sense to most people because this is no longer written to help someone who is using WaniKani. This is me and WaniKani put together. So this is saying the wet clothing that got wet was the eagle that was the key to being falsely accused of being nude. That would be my mnemonic to remember this. Nureki nu. That's how my shorthand has become. So in Bunpro, when I encounter a vocabulary word that WaniKani may or may not introduce and it's a problem, I would use this shorthand. And it would combine possibly this is a special. New is kun dominant, so that's a special. But if it was an onyomi, I would use the onyomi, connect it with the kunyomi. And if this E is connected to kinu, because E is the onyomi for the kunyomi. So in all of my mnemonics, there's a connection between the onyomi to the kunyomi, unless it's kunyomi dominant. And then when it's kunyomi dominant, I would make a special clause to create an onyomi link to the kunyomi. And if it's a really troublesome word, I would integrate the radicals into it. So if I wanted to integrate more detail from this character, there's tsunami on the left, there's rain, there's rake, and there's clothing. So I can integrate tsunami, rain, rake, and clothing to this mnemonic if I need further embellishment. Because now I can look at this, and the first thing I'll see is tsunami, rain, rake, and clothing. It is the strongest version of a trigger. So if I can read the radicals, which are the foundations, radicals form the foundation of WaniKani. So in order to incentivize the use of radicals, you have to show them up in your mnemonics. So in the future, you might need that. I no longer need that because these characters themselves are forever wet in clothing. So because they are forever wet in clothing, my mnemonic has clothing and wet in it. And then the only other component that is essential to complete the task, just the WaniKani task, is to know what the reads are. So then everything else is contributed to the read. The kunyomi and the onyomi must be linked together, because when you're learning the character study in WaniKani favors whatever dominant read it is. So in order to remember what the character looks like, I have to trigger the primary read, which in this case, nu is a kunyomi. I know it's a kunyomi because I remember remember like 95 to 99% of every onyomi kunyomi pair. And when I'm in Bunpro, it's no longer that way. So in order to practice it, which I'll show in like an hour or two, when I read a vocabulary word, I test my character studies. I see that character, and I could read a character without knowing what the character is supposed to be pronounced. That's what the testament to my mnemonic skills when it comes to reading. So I can read Japanese without knowing what it means. And in Chinese, it's very similar. I can read a sentence kind of like in English, like when you write like, I don't know, precipitous. Like if you look at this word, yes, phonetic, right? English is phonetic, and you can argue that Japanese script and Chinese script isn't phonetic. And I agree with you. It's not meant to be phonetic. The idea is I was kind of curious if I can actually remember all the reads. And it is kind of possible. For every single character, I know one onyomi and one kunyomi minimum. And then for most characters, the average character, I know one onyomi, and I typically know there are ones that have two onyomi and one kunyomi. And then there are ones that have one onyomi and two kunyomis. Actually, there are special characters, but they don't go up beyond 3. So I typically know 3 reads for every single Japanese kanji now for character study. And it was an experiment. It's pretty interesting though. It gives you that feeling like, oh yeah, I still can at least read it and then take a guess. So I can guess at most things despite never seeing the word ever. And that's what WaniKani was, in my opinion, that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to create a foundation for kanji reading. And that's HanziHero is even stronger because HanziHero only has most of the Chinese characters only have one sound. So what they do is they double down on sound construction. And that's something unique to HanziHero. So despite the mnemonics being constructed a little bit slightly different from WaniKani, the mnemonic construction process is very similar between HanziHero and WaniKani, with the addition of sound construction. because now in Chinese, I can almost read nearly everything without having zero understanding of what the sentence actually means. And if you're wondering, like, so then what's the usefulness of it? Why is it important to be able to read this, even though you might not know the translation? Like, it's become very common to I can read, like, sound something out and then it would take me a while to learn to, like, get the translation, right, or the nuance of the translation. Why is that useful? I have an auditory trigger. So when I speak and I, like, hear it in my head, it lines up with my visual cortex. So oftentimes if I see this and I'm like, oh yeah, this is wet, but I also hear nu. So what I mean is, when I think of something, there are several things going on when I'm testing intuition. And this happens at the input stage a lot of times. This, I have an image, and then right, a bird, right, that looks more like a flea and a housefly, but you get the point. And then and a character. So that's a lot of times what I'm doing. And then I hear it all the time. So when I'm, like, typing, you can hear that now whenever it's purple. So purple are vocab words, so they're, like, quote unquote actual words. It will be a native speaker. There'll be a native speaker, either Kiriko, oh no, is it Kiriko? Kyoko. Kyoko and Kenichi would be saying it, and I would say it with them. And over time, even the pitch accent is a trigger for me. So I know when my pitch accent is, when I'm thinking and I pronounce something on instinct, I know when my pitch accent is misaligned with the native speaker. So now that's what I do, in which I didn't do in the beginning. So anytime there's a purple thing, I would type it and I would enter and I would say the word, because it's a confirmation, and I would hear it and see if it aligns with it. And then because there's a pitch accent box that shows up, there's also visual confirmation if my perception of the pitch accent, there are certain words that it needs context to know if it's atamadaka, otaka, or atamadaka. So I would choose one. In fact, nowadays, occasionally, Kyoko and Kenichi would prefer one or the other. Occasionally, they would, like, one would go otaka and one would go atamadaka. So that's one of the things that I started acutely understand. And I would pause. You could hear it momentarily. Oh, okay. Then I would repeat it immediately, correcting the pitch accent. If it is a solo pitch accent displayed, and I clearly was in the other direction. So all of that exists in WaniKani. So those are the final things, because what are you paying for in WaniKani? Well, you're paying for to hear a speaker say this,
濡れ衣
right? Nureginu,
濡れ衣
right? Nureginu is the, hey, it's not nureginu. It's not nureginu. It's nureginu. It's not nureginu. It's nureginu. Nureginu, right? So those are different things. It's not nureginu. Nureginu. Nureginu is, right? So you have nureginu, and you have sorry, I'm not as good with this. So nureginu, and then nureginu, right? And then you have nureginu, right? So there are all these things and they go instinctively. So that's my practice for pitch accent. And now some people would say something like, okay, so how do you take this and convert it into a sentence? Well, now that I'm using Bunpro, I can hear how these things weave together. So when I understand all of the pitch accents for these separate words, now I can hear for how they start and end in a sentence. So it's, to me, it's as simple as getting used to understanding what do they preserve their height or do they reset their height? And then that, the way they separate these things is actually attached to their grammar as well. So wherever like a certain grammar set or a certain particle shows up, particles link the sound, the pitch accent. So particles is linked to the previous pitch accent of the word. So then you start piecing them even further together. So that's kind of where I stopped with WaniKani. I don't go beyond this after that. The rest of the stuff now is in Bunpro. Yeah. And we're gonna have a zero. We're gonna have, oh no, this won't be a 0 day. So we'll probably do these 72 and then level up day will be on Tuesday. But these are some of the observations that I have done, which may or may not make it into the end. Again though, for most people, they would say, like, someone could challenge me and say, well, it's a waste of time to do all these things. If you wanted to become fluent in Japanese, you simply learn it the right way the first time, right? You don't have to go and try to like piece together like A plus B plus C. You can just go and listen to someone speak in a paragraph and then only break down. If it makes sense, you're fine. And then only break it down and make your own when it vibes with you. Like, yeah, that's how you vibe learn. That's what vibing is helpful about. When you read someone's mnemonic and you only pick the ones that make sense to you, that's a vibe. You are vibing their thing. So vibes require that you cherry pick based on your own performance, on your own preference. So to me, there's a trade-off. Not that it matters. The trade-off is you gain a lot of time. Delta T, initially, right? You gain a lot of time. You're not wasting time, basically. You're not wasting time spending trying to understand them. For myself, that's the whole point of doing this. If I said that like, the whole point of me sharing this is I'm not telling you how I would learn. I would learn a language because I can do that. Spanish, I learned the language before Spanish in my adulthood. So I could have just gone back to the board and like, you might be thinking, well, okay, well, Spanish, you're not speaking Spanish and stuff. It's like, yeah, that's fair. Like, but hear me out. I could make learning Japanese like learning physics. I mean, you might be thinking, but physics isn't in another language. It's like, have you tried understanding physics? Like, the mechanics involved in learning abstraction of something might actually arguably even be more difficult for those who only learn topics that are grounded in what they know. Sometimes you have to learn a discipline that is entirely counterintuitive or non-negotiable with your current realities. Those require abstraction. So if someone were to say, well, how would you learn a language if you didn't do WaniKani and Duolingo? I would learn it like I learned physics, biology, virology, like all the other topics. I have plenty of techniques to learn a language. The idea is, my interest is, how is everyone else learning a language? That's kind of what is driving me so hard in talking about WaniKani and stuff. I'm genuinely curious how other people are learning a language. This is not how I learned Spanish, by the way. How I learned Spanish is I go to class, forced to speak in that language with the professor, and then go home and read from a textbook. That's how I learned Spanish. How did I learn English? Go to a class, forced to use the language, speak to a teacher, and read from a textbook. So when someone says like, oh, you know, I don't need to learn more, like I don't need to learn more, that's fair, because I can honestly tell you, when you're learning something and you tell yourself, oh, it's approachable, then that to me means that you already know how, you have a visible idea of gauging that you can do it if you didn't learn anything new to learn anymore, which is what makes things approachable. How approachable is something? Whenever I ask, how do you know if you want to learn something, you typically ask yourself, how approachable is it? Like, can you do it? Can I do it? Am I smart enough? Typically, it's based on your learning techniques, in my opinion. So how confident are you in your learning techniques? If it involves something that's kind of familiar to you and you kind of have an idea, or you researched enough to find it approachable, that's when you know. So oftentimes when you're learning to learn, in my opinion, I learned to learn most of my life. It's not really about if it's approachable. It's about how much I can learn. Like, there's no other motivation here. Like, I don't really care how well I do it. Like, I know how to do things, you know, how to do things in many ways. But honestly, I'm genuinely just having fun asking people, how do you learn? Right? How do you learn? What did you use that was successful? Why did you stop learning Japanese? Why pick up drawing right now? Can I ask you about your motivation? Because I'm not here to show that what I can do. I'm here to learn something, right? And it goes back to what Crocodile said. I'm here to learn to learn. And I continue to do that. I'm not here to practice what I already learned. I do that when I'm not streaming. So keep it with a grain of salt. I say this very often. I do this on stream. I learn to learn on stream because that's what I think is the most important thing about me that I want to share with other people. And it is really difficult to demonstrate the joys and aspects of learning to learn, not learning to remember something or learning to create a task or an application. It's more like learning the process. And then because I want to learn the process, it helps me, it gears me to help others. Like, if you're learning based on what you know, and you're constantly learning based on what you know, it's very difficult to help someone else. And that is my goal. My goal is to be useful to someone else. So, that's not to say that you should feel guilty if you're only concerned about your efficiency. That is everyone's choice. I just get a lot of reward from understanding how other people learn. So yes, I'm very critical about Mika And when Mika shares her things and I'm trying to lay it out, because the idea is I'm invested. When someone has a problem, I'm like all up in it, right? Like if you're gonna give up, I'm not giving up on you. That's the idea. Like when you come into a class, like if I was still working at a college, right? And you come into my class and you're struggling, I'm gonna end up caring about your struggles and getting you to improve, possibly even more than the person themselves. Because in my opinion, it is the greatest privilege of being trained. It is the greatest privilege of investing forward. There were so many people in my life that invested in me, and that was an investment forward. So the least I can do is take all of their mentorship and all of their life lessons, my parents' lessons, and forward it to the next generation. So oftentimes, if Mika says she's bored and she's ready to give up, I say, I'm gonna talk your ear off for 5 hours and we're gonna get something for you to do, because you don't give up on these things. That's kind of the idea. Like it might seem like it's hopeless, like your frustration leads to your morbid depression, leads to I'm not giving up on you. So that's kind of that's the challenge, right? And that's kind of why I like talking to parents about their relationships with their children. Like, how do you motivate your children? How are you, because you can't give up on your, take it with a grain of salt. I understand there are really bad actors out there, but parents can't give up on their children. Like I refuse to believe that the norm is for parents to give up on their children. So to me, that's kind of what I think of when someone walks into my class. If I had a class, right? The whole idea is, all right, you're in the class, so you're also part of my responsibility. And if you say you're going to give up, well, I'm not going to let you give up. And learning to learn helps me with that. The odds of me being more successful is I got to understand what the heck they're doing. Like, so the whole time during that earlier today when I was digressing was like I was trying to explain what I think she is doing, like her line of thought, and then I try to map it out and say, am I on point or not? Because if I can get to where she is thinking, then we can work on that. If I'm constantly saying, well, this is just the way you have to remember things, then in a way, the other person could simply say, oh, okay, I'll suck it up and I will embrace your way. And that's kind of what the internet does. There's plenty of that on the internet. You can simply say, well, this is the right way. If you don't do this way, you're missing out. That's kind of when it comes to learning. Obviously, there are things that are fixed in stone, and using ways to get them to embrace it, that might be a thing. Like, for example, you still have to eat healthy, right? That's non-negotiable. There are very non-negotiable things. The idea is, though, if you understand their thought process of how they picture a healthy diet, you might be able to increase your consistency in success. So understanding how they make their decisions would be part of the thought process. And that's kind of why I play video games, by the way. A lot of times it's great to play video games because there's an ample amount of content, and the whole point is to guess, that's an interesting design choice. I'm kind of curious if this has any relevance to this particular video game with this current trending mechanic. Books, same thing. Movies, same thing. YouTube channels, same thing. When someone tells me they have a problem with their SATs, same thing. The first thing I have to do is I have to understand what their thought process is. Either I have the privilege to observe them long enough to tell them what I think in a concise way, or they encourage them to create the level of thinking to explain it to me, right? And then we converse and go back and forth. So this was very difficult to communicate when I was using Duolingo, because most people kept inferring that I'm using Duolingo because somehow it's the best way to learn a language. In no way is that anything I've ever said. That's what happens when you only select based on what flows and vibes with you. So it also leads you to echo chamber your presumptions and project your prejudices. And I welcome it, in my opinion, because then I have the opportunity to counter argue it. So over the years, right, over like 300 days, I got very, very effective at creating a counter argument based on their logic. So whenever someone explains to me, oh yeah, Duolingo doesn't teach you how to pronounce Japanese with native pitch accent, and I would tell them I agree, because Duolingo only have synthetic voices, and those synthetic voices aren't manually curated to reflect pitch accents. Some of them may serendipitously be on point. I agree with you. So it's not really a counter argument. It's more like assuring them that I know where their thoughts are coming from. And then if they ever are curious, if they are more open-minded to like, okay, so then why are you using Duolingo? That's an interesting question. Do you have time? Maybe you can get a cup of coffee and I'll explain it I'll try to explain it in 30 minutes about the stuff that you didn't mention that might be interesting, right? Like Duolingo taught me about script association. They helped me implicitly discover that radicals exist. I did radical studies before I used WaniKani, because the way Duolingo teaches you scripts, like kanji, for example, they test you on kanji that look similar, intentionally to be tricky. And over time, the only way you can get, in my opinion, better or extract a routine is to couple all the radicals together. So when I started using WaniKani, I already had radicals attached to these things. Like I was already doing it. And like they say, oh, this is the person. Oh yeah, that looks like a person. Like that's what I did. All the other stuff involves person. And then you have like water and stuff. So it only took a small pivot. We only had to do a small pivot away from Duolingo to understand kanji studies. So a natural place that oftentimes I could advise people is like, oh, do you like the Duolingo kanji section? If you like writing the kanji and then just seeing and being tested by kanji that sound similar, look similar, and maybe have related meanings, WaniKani might be another approach to understanding kanji studies. Because instead of now associating it with simply the vocabulary that you learn, you can also get another arrangement of the kanji studies. So when I started WaniKani, some of the Duolingo stuff already overlapped. Now that I'm starting Bunpro, we still haven't caught up to all the Duolingo grammar that I covered myself when Duolingo was implicitly showing them. So the Duolingo place that I stopped at was at N4, like near the tail end of N4 grammar. So when people were complaining like, oh yeah, you weren't learning a lot of kanji, you didn't learn any kanji in the beginning, it happens like really late in the stage. Like they hold off on kanji, very drip feeding, as most people say in a bad way. They drip feed you kanji, and my first thought is like, yeah, but while they're drip feeding you kanji, you should be focusing on the grammar now, right? Because like that should be solid by now. So then they accelerate at a certain point in the Duolingo course. Then they give you like 10, 13 kanji a unit, which is actually, when we were comparing it to WaniKani, it's faster than the pace on WaniKani. Like, Duolingo was moving faster than WaniKani. And the only reason WaniKani came up was because they said WaniKani was faster than Duolingo in like exposure to kanji. And I'm like, yes, I agree with you. If you say from section 1 to like, I forgot how they sectioned the stuff, but like to section, it was like section 3, chapter, I forgot how they, I think it's chapter or something like that, chapter 21. After that, the pace that he introduced kanji is faster than WaniKani. So yeah, I get it. From section 1 to section 3, which takes like, I don't know, if you're casually doing it, maybe we'll say 6 months, there's like 100 kanji. I totally get it. Drip feeding, that's someone who thinks that learning kanji is like, oh, they're superstars, they believe that they can remember 20 kanji. This is a common number that I get a lot of times when someone says, oh yeah, it's easy, you just learn 20 kanji per day and then you'll be done in 100 days. I'm like, okay, good luck. I mean, like, I don't know. Are you trying to tell me that I want to do this? I really don't want to do this, by the way. And I didn't do this. You know, the whole speed running kanji situation. And this saying, this term that they use, speed run, in my opinion, is kind of a bit disrespectful. Because the people who speed run do not speed run for learning purposes. The speed run that this term comes from, in my opinion, are from speed runners. And those speed runners, they learned all, like 99.9% of their craft. And they spend like 99% of their time practicing. So a person who says like, oh, they're gonna speedrun kanji, like learning kanji, in my opinion, that demonstrates how incompetent they are, personally. Because if you think you're speedrunning learning, that's a different story than using this term to say you're speedrunning something to learn everything. Because if you speedrun something to learn something, you're probably not gonna remember all of the stuff. I mean, unless you're a genius, humble me please, but good luck. Like, I would welcome the, you know, the 1% or the 0.1% who is able to spend 100 days and identically reproduce 2000 kanji. Like, do it. And then I will admit and concede to that person. But I can tell you now, speedrunners don't speedrun learning. They are incredible people who like never back down from perfection. That's what I mean when I hear the word speedrun. When you're speedrunning something, I'm assuming the person who's speedrunning is incredibly experienced, know a lot of things. They don't necessarily have to know about Japanese. So for example, I'm not making a jab at like a polyglot who, I don't know, it's fluent in 5 languages, right? And they prove that they're fluent, and then they're gonna speedrun a 6th language. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to people who use the phrase speedrun because they believe they found the secret sauce to shortcutting learning. Right? A polyglot that learns 5 languages, that is not shortcutting learning. They learned 5 languages. I'm still working on like 3 at most. So they can speedrun for sure. they can probably have a lot of things that deal with speedrun because they have a lot of practice. The casuals who constantly say, oh yeah, here's a speedrun to secret saucing all your kanji, just like cram for 2 weeks and then learn all your kana and then spend 1 month learning this. It's like, what is that? How do you even know? You have no experience. Do that. Speedrunners are amazing to watch. They are absolutely amazing. Like good game, awesome games done quick, like HGDQ. So much fun to see how a speedrunner like basically dismantle things that I played before. Such a great entertainment. The amount of effort they put in is just for seconds of time save. Yeah, we're talking about an exercise in diminished return. They're so passionate about squeezing seconds of their time because they absolutely love what they're doing. Meanwhile, the reality is most of the time when I talk to a language learner, they would say, oh, it's so frustrating to have to spend another 30 minutes remembering this thing. And I'm like, yeah, you're not speedrunning this. That's my 2 cents there. You're more talking about speedrunning video games? Yes. Yeah. I imagine you were talking about speedrunning. I think this whole speedrunning mentality, what got inappropriate, maybe potentially inappropriately generalized to other things. So like Fictitious just made the joke, speedrun life. It feels like that's what a lot of people think now. It's a internet hustle culture situation. Hustle became a speedrun. So for me, I don't speedrun something I like. So I know for others, like a speedrunner they speedrun what they like, right? I don't. Like, it doesn't really matter how long I do things. I like doing it. So kind of like a speedrunner, like they like it so much, it doesn't matter how long it takes them to save 1 second. They're gonna try to do it. And for myself, it's very similar. I like doing this, so no speedrunning necessary. That doesn't stop people from projecting their frustrations. Like, but dude, you're gonna spend 4 years on Duolingo and you can't even speak native Japanese. And I'm like, hear me out, my friend. I know where your thoughts are coming from. If I spent 4 years using Duolingo and expected that I would sound native Japanese, I think I have more problems than, like, more logical, critical thinking problems than using Duolingo to try to be fluent in Japanese, because that's not what Duolingo does. Like, there's like, I agree with you, my friend. So if I agree with you and I'm still using Duolingo after 2.5 years, what do you think I'm using it for? If I understand that I'm not going to be fluent and natively sounding from Duolingo, that would be a greater challenge, in my opinion, to someone's critical thinking skills than constantly projecting what they think is going to happen. I'm like, I agree with you, man. Like, there's no argument. Like, you think Duolingo is going to help me write sentences? Probably not. No problems there. I'm not wasting my time writing sentences, expecting to write sentences when I'm using Duolingo. You did a drawing on... Oh, let me see. And then I'm going to take a short break before we go to Bunpro. We're going to have to cut it short today, but really wonderful discussion. Talks and stuff. Oh, who is that? Who is that? You try to draw me? Oh. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm honored to be a subject. I don't know how you can draw someone who's constantly moving. Like, how do you draw a subject that's constantly moving? Well, I'm flattered. Thanks. Pretty good. Pretty good. It was hard. Okay. I'm like, I don't know. The first thing I think about when it comes to like fundamentals of anatomy, you would pick like a reference that isn't like jittering and moving all around over and over again. All right, let's go over these reads before we move to Bunpro. And I'm gonna take a quick break here. Let's see, it's 2 a.m. All right. By the way, what is the time difference right now? Is it... What time is it in Australia right now? Is it 8 p.m? 9 p.m? 12... 4 p.m. Oh, that's a lot earlier than I thought. I thought it might have been 18 hours. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, wait. Did I add wrong? 18 hours. So it's 2 a.m. right now. No, I'm off by... Like, I'm later. I'm far later. It's like 14-hour difference. Yeah, it's a 14-hour difference. So I was off by 8 hours. I was using New Zealand as a guide. Sorry. During my junior year in college, I studied abroad in New Zealand. So I tried to think about like the time difference in New Zealand, and then I was like going backwards, like, maybe it's kind of there. You hope it comes off as more endearing than creepy? Oh no, it's perfectly fine. You gotta draw something, you know? Gotta draw something. Oh, they're 2 hours ahead. Okay. 2 hours. I haven't ever gotten an opportunity to visit Australia yet. Perhaps one day. Do you travel at all, Crocodile? I imagine you'll probably try to do some traveling in the future with your children, possibly. Provided our global climate isn't so tumultuous right now. Alright, let's do our reads. Definition. Okay. So, lucidity, spear, hada, skin, unit, boat, show, bell, yo, villain, atamari, lump, koro. Oh no, koro is onimi. Approximately. Kon, soul, kyaku, leg, nari, considerably, noro, whoops, that's good, noro, purse, jo, miss, reki, reki, calendar, kumo, cloud, cho, stare, ra, naked, gaku, peak, ka, gamble, juku, cram school, taku, able, miga, polish, in bacteria, in shade, re, ro, ghost, shitsu, vamp, earning, yome, bride, gutter, aki, waterfall, kyo, lunatic, and kake, kake, fly. Japan back in, yeah, right, you mentioned Japan 2019, but that's about it. Overseas travel is a big ass, so most of our travels will be interstate when they are older. Okay. Who knows what will happen when they're adults? Isn't that, are you excited as well as anxious? Like, kids grow up fast, and it'll be wonderful to see what they end up. I think it's both the scariest thing. Like, obviously I don't have children, I said that before, but even I'm like excitedly nervous or like cautiously optimistic whenever I hear about people talk about their kids. Like, every year when I go to Otakon, I catch up with other people, like friends of a friend or acquaintances of acquaintances, and those are the people that have children, right? Most of my closest friends, the ones that are immediate towards me, they don't have children. However, friends of friends and like my friends' extended family members have children, and each year when I meet, we only talk like once a year during this time. It's wonderful to hear about their kids growing up. Like, oh, now my kid is in middle school. It's like, oh yeah, like what are they doing now, kind of thing. You are worried all the time, TBH? That's fair. We gotta get excited too. They have all the potential to also surprise you. I'm not sure how much you're into a surprise kind of guy, but that's pretty... Gotta keep doing your best and see what fantastic things they'll come up with. I prefer to look at, if you're thinking like the half glass full or half glass empty, I prefer to look at most things half glass full, like the glass half full. So we put hope and inspiration in the palm of children, and not, I don't know what else. I don't want to go off on a morbid take. So only sunshine and rainbows for the time being, right? Give kids the world. At least I try to do that every once in a while when I'm given the opportunity. I think the most in the last couple years, the most flattering thing that I've ever received as a compliment is when someone asked me, why don't you give up? I think that's the most flattering thing. And what the context is, why don't I like just give up on them? Right? That's kind of the most flattering thing. Because the question is, why are they expecting people to give up on them? It's a very bittersweet, sobering realization when you have people say things like in earnest. So like a couple people would say like, it's kind of a Freudian slip sometimes, when like a child says like, man, I wish my father was like that, and I'm like, I hope your father is like that, because I'm a stranger, so I only do like less than what your father would do, right? In those cases, like those comments are a bit concerning. They're flattering, but they're also very concerning, so they're often very bittersweet. When someone says things like, well, you know, man, it would be nice if my parents could be as interested as you are, right? Like, I'm like, have you asked your parents to be interested? That's kind of those questions that I was referring to yesterday. Typically, it's very revealing, and I'm not saying those parents, it's not my place. It's not appropriate for me to, in fact, I typically encourage them, say, your parents might know a lot more than you think than you give them credit. And also keep in mind that your parents are also doing a lot of things for you, in the sense of they might not have enough time. So there is always the choice of trying to make it work in a different way. And then obviously if I was talking to parents, I would say the same thing. It's not my place to tell them what to do, but it would be great to be like an encouraging person to say, hey, you could have both. Let's brainstorm something. Let's like get you less worried, so to speak, but more like cautiously optimistic. I do feel like in this day and age, there's so many things that you become aware of so intrinsically. If you're talking from an adult perspective, you're so acute, like, what is it? You have such an acuity, right? Like such a sharp awareness of what could go wrong, what could poorly happen, Anyways. You're going to have to head off. You'll check out the VOD for the rest of the convo later. Yeah, no worries, Crocodile. Enjoy your evening, by the way. Enjoy your evening. Good luck. That doodle, I'm gonna keep on drawing, man. Thank you for keeping me company. Alright. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap. Talk about school stuff, right? Talk about learning, what have you. I am more than down to yap all day about learning and whatnot, get people excited about learning to learn, right? Or even like find some endurance or patience to maybe understand or possibly appreciate that it's hard to start things. It's hard to learn things because learning things deal with starting something. So try to compromise with yourself and be encouraging. And if there's any way that can be extra encouraging, is to share the journey with someone else, right? Be it indirectly or vicariously. Like, I'm more than happy to talk about other people's journeys and their progress. Like, it was very cute to see, at least my opinion, it was incredibly endearing to see yesterday right after stream where the 3 people that were drawing things inherently ended up sharing and talking about drawing immediately, which is fantastic. That's, in my opinion, internet at its arguably at its best, right? At the serendipitous meeting and collection of people trying to encourage each other to do things and not disproportionately alienating each other based on their credentials. So we'll see where that goes. Until next time, you're more than welcome. Minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, grab a drink, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。Oh, sorry. 今日は、約1日目です。It is day 101. We're gonna have to do a abbreviated day again. It's fine. Actually, how many grammar points? We got 18 grammar points. I think we can still do the grammar review. My voice is a little bit on the scratchier side right now. Had a really fun discussion before this. Let's get into our grammar. Let's be a little bit more brisk today. Finally, after all, this that's not what I think it is. Oto. Interesting. Oto is an adverb that is used to express that something finally happens. I feel like we had something else in the vocab section. What is it? Yatto? I wonder how this relates to yatto. Yatto? In Japanese, there are a few ways to do this, but toto is one of the more common. Okay, maybe yatto is going to come up at some point. Coming from the kanji toto, right? Which is finally coming to head. So like arriving head. So like kind of like finally coming to a head, so to speak, which is finally. This structure literally means to arrive, yeah, at the head or the crux of. Yep. Sorry, I keep having thoughts before I'm reading the rest of this. Due to this, finally and after all are the two most common translations of toto. Like many other adverbs in Japanese, toto is often used at the beginning of a phrase / sentence. Okay.
とうとうお前が大学生か。
It might actually drop at the end.
とうとうお前が大学生か。
It sounds like toto. Except toto.
とうとうお前が大学生か。とうとうロシアに行く。
Russia. Oh, Russia. Russiaに行く. While toto is written in hiragana the majority of the time, knowing the kanji will help when trying to remember the expression's nuance. It's fair enough. It's really self-explanatory. Coming to a head. It kind of just translates really well for English too, coming to a head. Knowing that nuance is that something has ended, usually after some sort of long journey or effort. Yeah. This adverb may be used to express either positive or negative outcomes. Okay. As it focuses more on the time required to achieve the result rather than the result being good or bad. Okay. Now I'm kind of curious where yatto comes in. I feel like that's gonna be positive, kind of like yatta sort of situation, but it kind of sounds happy, maybe. There's also a saigo, but that's kind of like last, so I don't think it's ever used as finally, maybe?
とうとう夏休みだ。
Yamida.
とうとう夏休みが終わる日が来た。
Owarihi. Oh, owarihi. Ohari ga kita. Toto is not used in situations where you expect something to happen or start. Right? But there has not actually been a period of time in which some sort of effort was made to achieve a result. Okay. A good example of this is the changing of seasons. You might want to say finally it's summer, but this is not something that anyone has anything to do to achieve. Rather, it comes naturally. In these cases, Yo-yo. Interesting. Will be used and has the nuance of final at last in relation to something starting and happening. I am not familiar with yo-yo. Yo-yo natsuka kita. Okay. Oh, and I'm guessing next one? Yo-yo? Oh no, yori. Did we not have a grammar point for yori? Oh, we did. Answers the question right in the beginning. Yori was to talk about like a list of things or something in no particular order. Oh no, this is for comparison. Yori was for comparison. In N5, we learned about the use of yori that is seen when making comparison is yori no ga. However, in this lesson, we will take a look at how this case marking particle can be used by itself. When used alone, this particle expresses that a noun or verb, okay, no stem or anything, it's just the vanilla verb and the vanilla noun, no normalization required either, is being compared to B, a noun or verb that is regularly paired with an adjective. The word that yori is directly attached to will always be less than the comparison being made. However, the overall expression is used to describe that B is more something than A. Oh, right. Right. Wait. B is more something than A, but which one's B? I thought this was A. Hold up. Okay, when used alone, this particle expresses that A, a noun or verb, is being compared to B that is regularly paired with an adjective. Okay, the word yori is directly attached to that is directly attached to will always be less than. Okay, I get it. Okay, less than the comparison being made. That comparison being made. However, the overall expression is used to describe that B is more something than A? But this says A is more something than B. I think I'm going crazy here. Why do I think this is backwards? Oh, because it's supposed to be less than. So if the thing that is attached is less than this, then B I'm not. Okay, so this is saying bananas are less heavy than pandas. But this last phrase is confusing the heck out of me. This last statement is confusing the heck. So now it's saying the overall phrase is used to describe that B is more than A. B. It almost seems like it's written backwards. Alright, I'm just gonna.
パンダはバナナより重い。 太陽はろうそくより明るい。
What? ro
太陽はろうそくより明るい。
rosoku rosoku handle. This last statement is confusing me. I don't understand. It almost feels like it's saying A is more something than B. Right? If B is banana and the something is omoi, then A, panda, if it's more, it would say bananas are heavier than pandas. I have no idea. I follow everything else until the last thing. In many textbooks, yori is taught as meaning more, but the word that yori is attached to will actually be the thing that is less something. I get that part. The word, quote, that has ga attached to it will be the thing that is more adjective. This particularly confusing when yori is not directly attached to a word, something which is common in casual spoken language. Alright. これがより高いものになり。So this thing it would become more expensive. Yeah, compared to everything else that's here. It's still telling me that A is more expensive than B, unless they're saying a panda, the thing behind the topic marker and the object marker, is B. They're saying that's B. But according to what this is saying is this particle expressed that A, a noun, so A, a noun, is being compared to B, a noun that is also paired with an adjective. So I don't understand. I feel like that's just backwards to me. I'm gonna have to try to think about this differently. It just screams backwards to me. The way they explain it's fine. Like, I'm okay with this. Like, how I'm interpreting is kore ga is A. Kore is A. Yori takai mono ni. So takai mono is the expensive thing, right? Like, it's becoming more expensive because narimasu, right? So this is becoming more expensive to whatever the other thing is it's comparing it to, which is everything else. So this is still A compared to a B, which is not technically attached, becoming more expensive. So I still don't understand this sentence here. This sentence doesn't make sense to me. Everything else is fine. Weird. I have no idea. Then help. In this sentence, because the ga is attached to kore is the thing that is more expensive, right? Which they're saying it's supposed to be B. B is more expensive. As yori is not actually directly connected to any other word, it therefore means that kore is expensive, yeah, compared to other things. When you see yori just like this, just pretend that it says other things before it. I know. And that other thing is B, not A. I think we're gonna have to revisit this sometime. Mechanically, that's perfectly fine. I mean, it reads the way I think it reads, so that's okay. It's a little bit of a mixed bag for me. Okay. Maini. Okay. Each. Oh no. This is koto. Koto ni. Yeah, koto ni. Not mine ni. Special. Koto. Koto ni is a combination of a noun, koto, and the particle ni. Together, they are used adverbially to express that something happens every A or at intervals of A. Koto ni may, or it might be koto ni. Actually, I'm not sure. We'll find out. It'll be used after any verb, usually in non-past form. Okay, any verb, non-past form, or noun. And no modifiers. So we don't need to take the verb stem or the nominalization of anything. Interesting.
失敗をする経験は無駄ではありません。失敗をするごとに上達します。
I had somewhere in my mind I thought goto ni had something to do with koto, but and then it's just an rendaku, but it's entirely unrelated. All right, fair enough.
私は3時間ごとにお菓子を食べます。
Although, wait.
私は3時間ごとにお菓子を食べます。
Koto ni, as in koto ni. Although koto ni may be used after verbs, the most common use is with nouns or phrases that finish with nouns. Okay. Koto, koto is the kunyomi. Oh man, I haven't seen kunyomi written out like that in a while. Kunyomi of the kanji, right? Mai, which means every. This fact will be important when trying to remember the difference between goto ni and okini. A similar grammar function can also mean every, but excuse me. But focuses more on interval or gap of a specific time or distance. Due to okini focusing on the space between each A, there are sentences where okini and goto ni will have different meanings. Watashi wa 1週間ごとに実家 OK 実家に帰ります。この Sure 私は1週間おきに実家に帰ります。So every other week. Okay. After every space of A. I think we have both of these vocabulary from WaniKani. Here we can see that otoni will mean every week, while okini will mean every second week, due to there being a 1 week interval when okini is used. To make things easier, these two expressions can be remembered in the following way. Kotoni during every A, B, okini after every space of A, B. Fun fact, many native speakers make mistakes with the difference between okini and kotoni. So there are quite a large number, especially in the younger generation, that will consider them completely interchangeable. Context wins. Context it is. We have the ni frequency as a related topic. All right.
とうとう休みだ。
Yes. Yeah. Yasumida kind of sounds like a Korean word. Yasumida.
あなたの絵は私の絵より上手。
Okay, so the painting. Oh, you see, this works though. No, this doesn't work. It's still A. So, like, I think anata no e, anata no e wa is your painting. That's A. Watashi no e, watashi no e yori jouzu, right? And mine is B. So B is less good than A. But I'm pretty confident what that last sentence said was B is, it's off overall, it's read that B is more than A, which would be mine is better than your painting. According to what I think was said in the other paragraphs. So I'm getting mixed feelings about this one. Very mixed feelings. Okay. あのチームは、試合をする emphasis on currents、試合をするほど、
あのチームは試合をするごとに強くなっている。
強くなってる。Sorry, I did this because getting stronger makes me want to like fist pump. I have it. Okay. 外国語 self-explanatory. Ma? That's a ma. And what is that? Machikai. Machikai is it's like, okay. Group. Guessing G for character. Okay. Ichido. One time. This is todokeru. Pera pera. So, oh, that pera pera. Oh no. Wait. Isn't this like weak in flapping? Oh, yeah. Okay. But I forgot that it also means fluently speaking a foreign language. I was thinking of the flapping pages, pera pera. Okay. What? Manchu? No, Manaka? Mannaka? I feel like this was recent. Mannaka. I might have to write something for this in the future. We'll see. Shika? Take? Genkin. What the Genkin cash? Genkin is special. Kikan. Fair enough, Kikan. This is like Keigen. Ne? Keigen. How did Kei work? Like passage of time and testing to get experience or something like that. There are quite a few experiences. Passage of time and test, yeah. Okay, again. Alright. What do we got? Genmono. No, Genbutsu. Oh no, this is sightseeing. Genbutsu. Kenbutsu. I said Genbutsu. Kenbutsu. I was gonna write, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do Mimono. Mimono. Double kun. Okay. Genbutsu. Fair enough. No surprises there. Kenkyu. Study or research, investigate, etc. Kenkusha. Kenkyushitsu. My bad. Kenkyushitsu. This is laboratory. The other one is like research facility. And I'm not sure if that's being a little bit pedantic. There's going to be Kenkyu Jo. Might be Kenkyu Jo. Or it could be Kenkyu Sho. Kenkyu Sho. I think is the other one. Or it could be Kenkyu-kan. I remember talking about this. They were in the same group in WaniKani. Chichioya. Gasoline. 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 Oh, coal. Yeah. Kojo. Factory. Kojo. Joai. Oh no. Bye. Oh yeah, that's right. Bye. Oh no. Oh no. Bye is pretty weak. There's quite a lot of words for case, situation, characteristic, feature, incident, matter, condition, and bye is the weirdest one in my opinion. That's the weirdest read. Alright, a language that's not native, right? That's not the native language of a particular region, right? That's fine. Gaikoko. A common word for an error or incorrect action resulting from misunderstanding or oversight, right? Machigai. Group. Self-explanatory. T. A written symbol representing a unit of language such as letter or character in alphabet. That's going to be a problem. It's going to create multiple things because like word, character, multi, right? Or moji and whatnot. So it's probably going to be like a 33% or 40%. Ichido once. I think this is my preference to say ichido. So a term that refers to a single occurrence or instance of something. Now the question is, how flexible is ichido when it comes to grammar? Because I can imagine expressing once, one time, on occasion, temporarily, in different ways. So that's kind of something to do. Todokeru. This character is super unique, actually. Todo. There's not a lot of todos. Todokeru is quite unique. Action of sending or bringing something to a specific location or recipient. Not as promiscuous. Pera. I'm just gonna have to suck it up. And I don't know which choices they're gonna do. But these are kinda different. And quite different uses. Mannaka is up in the air right now. Matsugu is where I'm gonna try to link this for the time being. The point equal distance from the edges or boundaries of something. Okay, fair enough. It's got a type of large herbivorous mammal with antlers, famous in the Nara region of Japan. especially that particular place all over social media. Take, a type of tall, woody grass that is often used for various purposes, including construction and crafts. Honestly, I haven't ever thought of bamboo as a grass plant. And now that I think about it, it kind of makes sense. Interesting. Alright, Genkin. Genkin is special. It takes a while. Even in Chinese, like Genkin for cash. Physical currency, typically. How do I rationalize this? So we have gold, right? But I've got what I subscribe to the left side. It's like present. I think it's something like present. So like ready cash, basically. The idea is genkin. Gen is like present, like existing. So it's ready money. It's money on hand, which typically can be referred to as cash. Okay. Kikan. The length of time between 2 points, such as the beginning and the end of something. Frequently used to describe a specific time frame. Now that can be a problem. We have like 4 out of context, like not sufficient context way of expressing a specific time frame. So that's kind of interesting. Take into consideration. Consideration. Then we have Keiken. Knowledge or skill gained through practical exposure to situations or activities. Kind of the entire theme of the WaniKani session digression experience. And this one I need to... This is the other questionable one. Kenbutsu. I often want to lean on me. So mimono. Mimono sounds okay. But Kenbutsu. Or that emphasizes the act of seeing and enjoying tourist spots or other places of interest, right? To see things. Okay. Kenkyu, that's to research and test. The systematic investigation and study of a subject or topic. Wait, hold up. Which one's research and which one's test? I feel like the left is investigate and the right is research. Sharpen. Alright. Kenkyu blah blah blah. Kenkyu a dedicated space for conducting research. They didn't introduce the other one yet. Chichiyoya, fair enough. I don't know if there's gonna be a grammar point on this. On like Chichiyoya, Oto-san, Chichi, and so on. Yeah, gasoline, liquid power, go, Hojo, a facility where products are manufactured or assembled on a large scale. Fair enough. The particular circumstances or conditions under which something happened. Okay. Bai is probably the weaker one. Bai and Mannaka are probably the two most questionable. in this group.
外国語の勉強をする。
同じ間違いをしてすみません。
Yo, what? Oh, right. Whoops.
グループに分かれて仕事をする。
丁寧に字を書く。
Kene. Yeah, care. Kene. Interesting.
日本に一度行った。
電気屋さんで、
Oh, right.
このエアコンを
Conjugate.
家まで届けてくれませんか？
Okay.
彼女の日本語はペラペラだ。
Maegami? Maegami? Bangs? Fringe. Interesting.
前髪をちょうど真ん中で分ける。
この公園では鹿が見られます。
この辺りは竹がたくさん生えているそうだ。
このお店では現金しか使えません。
What? This means time in general? Is there a word that means time period we can use instead? Oh yeah, see? This is what I mean by... Wait, oh. Yeah, this is what I
短い
mean
期
by...
間でピアノを学ぶ。
こんな楽しい。
こんな楽しい経験は初めてです。
新しい家を。Oh, that's interesting.
新しい家を見物する。
見物する。
研究をする。
あ、
研究室に入る。
Oh, please.
同僚がもうすぐで父親になるそうだ。
ガソリンを買う。
この工場は新しいです。
この場合はどうしたらいいですか？
Alright. Okay. Let's do our grammar. Grammar-y. We got this. HanziHero is good. Yikes. Alright. So what do we got? 彼氏が子供が好き。ネガティブってがっかりした。This is like reason, right? Doesn't like or not like. Oh no, wait. Wait, is it just なくて? Oh, じゃなくて. Oh, yeah, because of
彼氏が子猫が好
the
きじゃなくて
na
がっ
adjective.
かりした。
Or na, yeah, yeah, no adjective. じゃなくて. ケーキの上に乗ってい乗っていた candle. ろんそく No, I still don't know where the candle comes from this. I still don't know how that's candle. Wait. Rose. Okay. Kiss. We blew it out. So is that like you did something and it stays blown out? Oh, or is it? Oh no, this is just transitive. Yes. So like. 消しました. Oh no, that's standard. We need standard. 消した.
ケーキの上に乗っていたろうそくを消した。
ろうそく。勉強した。ね。後で。勉強した後で遊んでもいいよ。ね。
勉強した後で遊んでもいいよ。
遊んでもいいよ。大変時の大変時に彼の何彼の親は忘れくなった。Oh no, not 忘れ。しくなった。時? Oh wait, I need to have a na because
大変な時に彼の親は亡くなった。
月曜日の夜まで頃に雨が降ります。
月曜日の夜頃に雨が降ります。
よし、夜にはい、頃に私が一人でお皿を裏はなくて手はいけないの。Oh, wait. Praise the noun? の言うことですかDo I not need? Oh no, ということ。
私が一人でお皿を洗わなくてはいけないということですか？
Oh, he spoke so fast. Okay. まずこの全部を exist. Oh no, not exist. Finish. How does this work? Okay. okay, so just she attached to a. 仕上げてください。
まずこの部分を仕上げてください。
昨日うちの の娘は頭をぶつけたけどwhat the is ぶつけたOh, interesting. 大丈夫だよ。と、だけで言ったんだ。本当に surprised. What is it? 驚いだ。驚いだ。Without 泣く right? So 泣き without 泣きないで heck oh wait ないwait 泣かないないで
昨日うちの娘は頭をぶつけたけど泣かないで大丈夫だよとだけ言ったんだ。本当に驚いた。
本当に驚いた。OK 泣かないで大丈夫だよ大丈夫だよとだけ言ったんだ。Okay. It's kind of wait. よくなくて
いい。
OK
よくなくて。
よくなくてこの番組はfinished. Finished. Owadu. So do we do like me? I think it's a stem, so is it just me? Miwaru. Heck? Miri? So they both have to be in past tense? Okay. I'm not getting something here. Okay. Pretty sure I need to take the stem. So it's just me. And then I need to use the past tense. So owa. Is that Ichidan? It's not Ichidan.
この番組は見終わった。
Okay. 音楽を Past progressive standard から Probably listen, okay. 電話か 聞こえなかった。聞こえなかった。So, oh wait. Was listening. It's probably 聞いていた。
音楽を聴いていたから電話が聞こえなかった。
Okay. Won't you request? Okay. して A request? Please. Oh, begin. 始める。What? Suru. Oh, right. What? Wait. Hold up.
練習し始めてください。
Okay. 題をしたけど、OK。副題をしたけど、持ってくるの、忘れた。何と、say passive かな。Okay, so this is likeいられるいられ is that not it? That's not ira. Would it be like I feel like it's supposed to be ira for this one. Oh no, iwara reru. Heck. Oh no. It's just iwareru.
宿題をしたけど持ってくるのを忘れた。
rareru
何と言われるかな。
何と言われるなかな。rareru is for do verbs in ichidan. 私はまた旅行に行くつもりだ。Oh no, また。
私はまた旅行に行くつもりです。
彼女ことました。Oh, renew my 見直した。
彼女のことを見直しました。
Oh, I shortened it. Whoops. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize I shortened it. Somehow it just felt natural to shorten it. That's interesting. 直しました as opposed to 直した。I immediately just thought, oh, 直した。Okay, alright, that's
夜中まで日本語の文法を勉強している。
して 来週までには、終わります。
来週までには終わります。
うん。1日。いや、1日に6時間は寝る必要がある。Why does that sound so wrong? 時間 please.
1日に6時間は寝る必要がある。
Okay. Alright. That's a wrap for our Bunpro. Where that vocabulary is stacking sky high. Much high stacks. Wait, what time is it? Okay. Alright folks, that's a wrap for our Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. It's really wonderful to read the grammar stuff. Today was pretty a low-key grammar thing. I'm still really perplexed by the B is more than A thing. I have to think about it and then maybe ask other people's opinions on it, because I feel like that's written backwards in contrast to the rest of the paragraph. So, the way I'm getting it is reversed. Anyways, these things happen. You gotta work around them, right? I feel like I understand what they intended to say, possibly. Until next time, you're always welcome to come on by and yap. How would you resolve this A and B situation? It would be kind of nice if the A and the B was like highlighted in the sentence in some way, but to clarify, it is pretty clear in the paragraph. It's seemingly at odds with the last sentence though. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a short break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第454天。Yes. It's day 454. Pardon the late and the constant shifting of our review sessions because we're gonna do it again. I have been irresponsibly and totally unapologetic about the recent days, chatting with new peeps, maybe more consistent peeps. Always worth the time. So today, we're basically just gonna blitz through our lessons. Maybe continue to stack on the character things. In fact, I kind of like this. I kind of like doing this, like, cycling through. I wonder how long this list is gonna get. Like, I wonder what the display limit is on this. Anyways, let's get into our lessons. All right. Do you look like a kind of. Was this I didn't think this was yeah, it was k or can. I'm starting to feel the no initial ones. It's interesting. Alright, good. We're gonna use can. Alright. So Master Chief is inside the electricity plant. Where he... Oh yeah, oh wait. I forgot. That is actually can anyways. This is inside the electricity plant where he's cooking up some oysters. He had a can of them that he holds over the fire in one of the generated bits. Then he takes out his massive helmet and opens up the can of oysters and starts eating it. Only a bunch of electric insects start flying around him, some getting into the oyster as well. Perfectly good oyster ruined by electric insects. Actually gets out the gun and starts blasting the... I mean, that's good enough for me. That's solid. I was thinking of blasting like a Star Troopers related thing. Blasting some insects. Dang. That's no done for sure. I don't think that lines up with done, right? That's a tough one. Dracula's inside the lobby of the auditorium when he comes across a very special woman. Miss Da. Da for Dracula, obviously. A famed concubine of an emperor. Her beauty is so bright that it shines like daybreak throughout the lobby, burning Dracula's skin with its brightness. Dracula covers himself before the daybreak beauty of Miss Da. Oh, that's kind of cute. Radiant woman. Daybreak woman.
Joe.
Yo. Well, that's interesting. This does remind me of Joe. Universe Joe. It might actually be... Oh no, okay. And then we have Yo up to. Or Sprout. Could we use Sprout? James Bond is in the moon helmet. Alright, James Bond is in the bathroom of the bakery where he is gearing up. He is And mooncakes. Where he is gearing up and washing down helmets along with some moon-shaped cakes to or I don't like up to. Why did they use up to? Let's go change this out. Like reason. Yeah. I guess up to reason, I see. So like mooncakes ready. Well, that one can be tough.
肉夹
We can line it up with Quay and Joe for helmets. I don't have any other helmets at the moment. Ja? Cheeks? Now we have pods, like probably a plant pods. Look at good narrow pods. Sandwich pods? That's kind of fine. Neutron is inside the lobby of the auditorium where he sits on top of his robo-dog waiting for the intermission. Then he decides to make a pod sandwich. He reaches inside his robo-dog and takes out some pods and flowers and bread and combines them into a sandwich. It's loud, so he turns the robo-dog into a giant sound isolating pod that he chills inside as he eats the intermission. Oh, okay. Guess he's working there. Pod. So using both types of pods. Okay.
甲须
Chi, a maggot? Oh no. Wait, where is the chi coming from? Pressure? Urge? Press? That's the closest chi I can think of. It has horse in it. Where's the horse? Oh, it's not that one. Well, this kind of stinks. Alright, we're on our own. Bug that doesn't carry the reed is kind of scary. Yeah, usually whenever a bug insect is paired up with something, the other character tends to carry some sound. This does not. Not the dominant sound anyway. So Quasi is in front of the house trying to clean his bookshelves in the front lawn. It is infested with a bunch of maggots, insects that have been burrowed into each book, into the wood of the bookshelf. Quasimodo tears the maggots off one by one, eating them. Okay.
须 鹅 打 肉 甲须
Alright.
背
Hey. Oh, fifth. Hey. It does look like bed though. Now it's just okay. Bart Simpson is on the roof of the beach house by the bay, looking out on the bay. He finds a shellfish with a mouth on the roof and says, "Wah! A shellfish with a mouth." To which the shellfish sardonically replies, "Obviously," sighing. Okay. That's a tough one.
背梁
Liang? Oh, another Liang. Also right hand Liang with the trees. That's a bridge one. And then what was the other one? Rice. What was the rice for? It's millet. Okay. So this one's the bridge. It's off the bridge one. I think we're just gonna use bridge here. Link is inside the chapel where he is tasked with the quest to fetch a bunch of trees in order to create a roof beam over the bridge he constructed. Yeah, I think that's actually good enough. Oh, interesting. And then it's lined up with Qiao Liang instead of Liang Liang. I think Liang Liang would have been cool. Alright.
梁
Hmm.
线
Qian. Starch. That is Qian though. The bottom is Qian, which is lack. Qian, or to O. Sorry. Maybe we do an O to Bill. Alright. So Kirby is in the bathroom pawn shop where he is hiding from the pawn shop owner because he owes a large bill for all the flours and starch he consumed. That is all over him right now. Okay.
线
Oh, that could actually kind of sound like the bakery.
里
The alright. The other one is reason or logic. But this is the OG Lee, the Chinese Mayo Lee. Alright. Link is in the basement of the house trying to reach the next dungeon on his quest. He looks at the map, which shows it's directly one Chinese mile under him. Alright. He finds a trap. I got it. I got you.
里 他
Another Ta? Oh, interesting. But it's not the weird Ta. This might be the OG Ta for it. Because the new Ta is weird. It doesn't line up with the other Tas. So that's interesting. This character is specifically used to refer to animals in third person. Oh, intriguing. Wow. There are 4 Tas. Alright. That explains a lot now. Alright. The Tarzan's in front of the auditorium where he's riding on top of an alligator looking for a cow that escaped from the auditorium stage prop room. He sees it hiding behind some of the attendees lined up. Tickets. He points at the cow and says, "That's it," and then shrugged the alligator. Alright, I think it's good.
他
Cow and alligator, huh? Mm-hmm.
被
That's gonna be a rough one.
量
This one's okay.
里
Oh, we were set up for this one. This one...
线
kind of okay. Is it? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, the starch is... huh.
他
I mean, we'll let it cook, but... unexpectedly difficult.
蒸
Hold up. Hold up. Oh, that's no... Chung? Right? Okay, we got the Hui, I remember that. Chung, okay, to punish. That has a heart underneath. So this is just without the heart. Ends up being Chung. Have any Chung? No. Solicit. James Bond is in front of the English Manor where he's trying to solicit help for his next mission to scale a nearby mountain. Next to him on the ground are a bunch of sandals he wrapped with a spool of thread to offer in exchange for their solicited help. The foreman comes up and is successfully solicited. Okay. I guess. Alright, I mean... it could be that just using a spool of thread and preparing on the ground sandals with a foreman to go scale a mountain, right? To solicit. Yeah, that's okay.
蒸脱
Tuo. Oh, that does kind of look like tuo. How is this different from the other tuo? Was it like receive? It is trust as well, like some sort of entrust. Am I crazy? Oh no. Yeah, it's to entrust. What? Let me guess. Tuo tuo. Oh, give me tuo tuo for the word. Yeah, this is the one that I got confused for a little bit. Tuo was introduced as a kanji before tuo. And I'm like, wait, why do these look familiar? But they're not actually. But they ended up meaning the same thing. Interesting. Okay. Is in front of the office building where he is entrusted with the task of grabbing all the words that are flowing. Okay. Eat some of them and then spit them out of fur. Alright, alright. I'm not sure how. Okay. Is in front of the office building where he is entrusted to kill people. Be aware. Tell people the word to spread the word of potential hairballs, fur balls, Especially one that looks like Jerry. Is roaming. I know it's a different type of furball, but it's fine. Roaming around the office building. Hello, nice you learned too. Way to go. Thanks. Do we have interest? So wait, consign plus, yeah, fair enough. Tofu. Intriguing. Tofu.
Tofu.
Duplicate? Oh. There is restore. Restore looks remarkably this. What was restore's left? Sandals? There's also abdomen. Yep. Duplicate. Kind of works with the copier. Frankenstein is in front of the bathroom, in the bathroom of the house where he's trying to duplicate his suit. First he washes it in the bathtub to make sure it is nice and clean, then hangs it on the curtain rod. He takes a copier and uses this to duplicate the suit. Now he has 2 suits hanging to dry. I've never seen Frankenstein dressed up before though. I mean, he's kind of wearing a suit a lot of times. What do we got? Complicated? Oh. Ooh. 复杂. Intriguing. Black hole. And a suit. Complicated.
Fu. Fu.
Fu? Do you have a fu using the credit card? Which is not great though. I guess we should use not non. Seemingly another rough one. Okay. We'll use both. Okay, Frankenstein is inside the house where he is using a credit card to seemingly try to buy some sandals. Human sandals. From the online store. Unfortunately, they seemingly do not have sandals his size.
Fu. Jie.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, this is late. Interesting. So I guess we could use C for the past. That's kind of a weak one. There's Jie to borrow. We could line it up with to borrow. There's double Jie. I wonder which one. Like, I feel like these are interchangeable. This is the Japanese preferred. Yeah. Use past. Past and then link it up with borrow. Okay. I think there's a built-in thing. Let's see. 借条, yep, interchangeable. 借用, yep. And then 借鉴, yep. All of them are interchangeable with the other character. What did I say? The past. Jimmy is in the bathroom of the electricity plants, where he trying to borrow some. Is trying to make up for the past failed experiments by trying to borrow some turf from the Slender employees by asking, maybe by borrowing it from turf collected by the Slender men to create an alternative source of energy. I don't know. Harnessing miniature sun. I can't believe I'm using miniature sun, but there's sun and cooling it with the bathroom plumbing. Okay. Oh, okay.
借
It does line up with Jie, so we're kind of okay.
征 借托 福
Heck.
富
Alright.
火
火. That's a tough one. That is, yeah, neither. It's kind of like a hybrid. Oops, it's a hybrid sound. Alright, both of them do not carry sound. The Hulk is in the basement of the office building where he's working on a new business partnership. In the corner is a pile of many fruits that the Hulk then starts smashing into a pole to be sold to the office workers. Alright, I got you.
火
Maybe he's just worried about office worker efficiency. Ooh, that looks like a blue. Okay. Announcement. Intriguing. Okay, Bugs Bunny is in the bathroom of the house where he's taking a shower. He turns off the shower, then announces that he needs a towel. Slenderman comes in, announces he is there, then takes the towel out under his armpit and gives it to the Bugs Bunny. And then the right can just be simplified to a towel in general. I should throw in Elmer Fudd somewhere, but What program I'm using? This is HanziHero. HanziHero. Right here. You had heard of it? I see. Are you learning traditional Chinese at the moment?
不
You yourself only Duolingo right now? Fair enough, fair enough. Are you learning Chinese? What are you doing? What are you learning? Japanese. Okay, fair enough. Demo. なぜ? どうしてデモ? You know they have names like words like Yama is Japanese, but they copied it from yes. Yeah, I am aware of that. Yama wa san desho? Ne? So you have Christian, manga, and Chinese in your flat? Oh, that's kind of interesting. No, in Japanese is mountain. Yeah, I know Japanese is mountain. Yama wa san desho. San is Chinese. Or the same character. They both mean mountain. Oh. Now it's
音
in cherry. What? Where's my flowers at? Where are my flowers? Oh, it still looks like ying. We could use baby. Baby tree? Interesting. Where do be my babies? Where are they? Yeah, that's why if you know Hebrew, you know Cyrillic roots too. That's fair. Yeah. Well, there is a relationship between them. The only ancient languages out there. Some of the ancient languages, yeah. Chinese and Hebrew is ancient both, yeah. Mm-hmm. So by learning its letters or concepts, you cover a range. That's certainly true. You can think of it that way. Ying. Okay, so... yeah, take care. Good luck with work. Good luck, good luck. Yoroshiku. Yoroshiku. Okay, we're gonna do like baby cherries or something. Yoshi is in front of the English manor. Where there are baby cherry trees. He is trying his best to guard, protect for Princess Peach. For let's just say for Mario as a present to Princess Peach. Cherry. Maybe cherry trees. Ying Tiao. Oh, really? Cherry and peach put together. Wait, is that peach? Yes. Interesting. Yinghua. Oh, you know what? Yinghua sounds like fireworks too, but cherry blossoms. That's interesting. What a coincidence.
阴影
Ying. Jing. Oh no. This one can throw me for a loop. So we got Jing now. Alright. There is some Ying here and there though. Recite. Let's go with now. So Yoshi is inside the infirmary, where he is now in charge of spreading the word of mouth by reciting and by delivering and reciting the time on the clock now and then to help out with the infirmary staff's timing. Okay.
影
That's kind of a tough one.
Ooh.
It kind of reminds me of song. Song for recite. Right? Song. Yes. It's kind of tough. Pool for butterfly. I swear I have another butterfly. 词 Di 子 Hold up. Whoa, lots of these have vocabulary words attached to them. Oh, it's heckin' die. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, we're back to like 90%, I would say almost 90% of the bugs or like kind of like little critter related things that have the insect has an associated sound with it. Now it's kind of like associating the bugs though. So die, I mean, let me guess, who die? Yeah, okay. The Hulk is inside the living room of the house, chasing an insect around, trying to catch it. It is, of course, a butterfly that is tantalizingly always out of reach. The Hulk angrily throws a headstone at it. And a moon as well, or like a moon-shaped thing, sure. Or throw headstones at it all night or something. Both of which are now sticking out of the wall where they landed, but he fails to catch the butterfly, which continues to float majestically towards the top of the lid. Alright. That's kind of cute.
湖
Okay.
火
What is this? Starting up business for this one's not good. This one's rough. They just stacked a bunch of fruit, and what was he doing with the fruit? Something about like coming up with a plan? A partnership, not a plan. Okay.
不湖
That one's tough. That reminds me of Ban for companion or partner.
Yin. Ying.
All right. That number is crossing 1,000 tomorrow. Or actually, it's gonna cross 1,000 in 7 minutes. All right. I just keep vigilant. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's only a 4-digit number. How bad could a 4-digit number be, right? Ooh. Okay. All right. We're still keeping up with our character studies, though, or our new character studies. This way. All right. Lee. Chinese mile. Wall. Okay. Right. Dang, this is so rough. A bunch of fruits. Partnership. Maybe it's better to think of like a bunch of people collecting fruits to give out to the office building. What he's doing. Okay. Yeah. Borrow. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously. Ooh. Seemingly. Da. Oyster. Jung. Solicit. Tian. Starch. It. War. Entrust. Jia. Pod. Ooh. Announce. Ooh. Duplicate. Heck. That's not heck. Ying. Insight. Or recite. Chi. Maggot. Ooh. Butterfly. Ying. Cherry. Liang. Roof beam. Go. Helmet. Yao. Prostitute. Hung. Right? Hung. Okay. Another Biao. Something about dress suit to fit the like to fit the mount. Oh my goodness, it's mount. Oh no, mount is a problem. Oh, because he's like mounting the horses and stuff and doing okay. This one's a tough one. Okay. jiao. Beautiful? Okay. Ian. Blah. Or amber. Air. 1. Heck. Wait. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, it does. Draw carriage. I don't know where this is. Is it Ji? Jie? Jian? Oh, Jiong. Wait. I think it's, yeah. Oh, no, it's Jiong. Okay. Oh, I'm having a conflict of problems. I think this one's good as a pass. It's okay. So Insight. That's a bit of a rough one. Ooh. This was a trouble one from yesterday. Disobedient. Somehow I think it's nope, it's not. It's Sol for I like disturb as well. Scratch. Oh, dang it. Scratch. Would I have gotten it? I think that's a problem. Okay. Wait. Red mouth. Sure. Something about getting hit in the mouth. It's probably true. Okay. Okay. Bricks. The heck? Oh, Quay. Ancient measure. She? No. Zhi? No. G? Yeah, that feels right. G. Lying weight? I'm thinking about returning because we're changing this up, right? Being uh-oh. Yeah, grain stock, live, and report. That might be a problem. Report seems a little weak. Okay. When fish or meat, meat or fish. High. Sound of waves. Oh. Unexpectedly meet. Jing? Or Ting? Ting, no. Wait. Jing. 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 No. It's Jing. And that is a cinder, right? Okay. Zhi? No. Wei. Or curtain. Right? Okay. Xiao. Sky. All right. Lung. Buzz. Yo. What is the small tree? Small sprouting tree. What type of tree is it? Is it even a tree? Oh, it's pomelo. Yesterday I lost pomelo. Oh man, even when fictitious mentioned a pomelo. Dang it. Disappointing. Gang. Say what is Gang doing there? Or where's the tree coming from? There. Oh, is this stem? It's probably stem. Oh no, it's olive. Ah, that's okay. Xiao was weak yesterday. Haggard. I feel like this is cool. No. It's yeah. What's the deal with yeah? Oh, choke on? Yong. It's kind of like insight. Okay. Yin, preserve. One, this was one of the weak ones yesterday. One. Clean the zipper with water. Wait, is this like what is that? Oh, it is wash. Okay. Like, I don't know anything else. This is Liang. Millet. I. Yi. Surprise. Ming. Purse lips. Yeah, that one was very for sure. What in the... Nope. Bung or bung. Spurt. Yeah, bung is woo. I don't know how long that's gonna last. Blue. Salary. Sure. Chinese. Inch. Foot. Heck. Foot. Show you a foot. Chinese foot. That's okay. Measurements. Growing pain. Gun. Thick soup. Nope, that's way. Way. Dark. Tea. Chirp. Lie. Squint. This is vast. Han. Yi. Radiant. Sure. Arden. Bay. Bark. Way. Tan-tide. Chu. Towering. Tsu. Ancestral tomb. Wa. Broke. Eye. Bone. Hung. Brick heated bed. Twin. Flip out. Ting. Pacify. Go. Careless. Way collection. Chow. Precipitous. B. Protect. Jewel. Oh, is that Jewel? Yeah, Jewel bore in. G. Draw. J. J. Ick. G. Chuckle. May. What is the thing called? Lintel? Lintel. Gun. Warehouse. Ye. 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 E. Nope. Yes. E. Shabby. Oh. Rarely. Law. Cheese. Ooh. Mutter. Gun. Nope. Gun. Stem. This is stem. Okay. Xiao. Free. Nope. What is that? Chi? Chi. Oh, it's G. Yeah. G. 2. Un. Abundant. 3. Toe. So it's an improvement from yesterday, right? We got 1, 2. Ah, not bad. 1, 2. I think I got 3. 3 concerns, right? 1, 2. Where's the third one? And then there were 2 passes. Oh, there's the third one. So what do we got? We got Biao. The other Biao. That one's tough. Mount is tough right here. Biao. Suit up. Like, is tough. Mount. Collect beanstalks, dress for the occasion. And then this one, Bing was very similar actually. It's a Bigfoot related thing. This one is you're going out to the English Manor instead, collecting a bunch of. Is that a grain stock? I think that's a grain stock. Grain stock and bringing it back, return it to report. And then Sal, kind of messed up on Sal. What's that? Scratch. 3 is not too bad. Definitely a little bit of a step up from like the 7 from yesterday. And this is how we're keeping track. Obviously, the reviews will include a bunch of previous characters. So at some point, we're pretty much going to cash out on all these characters. But this is how we're going to keep up with the character studies for the last group, the non-HSK, because all of these belong to the non-HSK group. So if anything, we'll continue doing this regardless of how much the reviews pile up. We're having a really wonderful time, man. It's kind of very difficult to not get caught up with all the like that yapping, right? I like talking about the most of the stuff that I've been spending a lot of time. Like, it's been over 2.5 years. It's so crazy to think that in a blink of an eye, it's been 2.5 years now. Very close now to since I started language learning, like self-studying language learning. Crazy. There's so many stories, so many observations to be made. Whenever I get the opportunity, that's what it's about. So that's a wrap for HanziHero today. Gonna watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss. Have many things to talk about, so you are more than welcome to also indulge. Discussion breeds motivation, exchange of ideas, possibly a bit of encouragement, right? It's great to share experiences, however vicariously or directly. I think in the future, not so far from now, I think I'll live long enough to see the world of human interaction and communication, especially language learning and whatnot, is very relevant. Like social media change, right? Like entertainment and how human works are communicated through the vehicle of inspiration through auto generation, all that stuff, right? It's a really interesting time to be alive for these type of things, because you could even make an argument right now. It's like, why learn another language when you can have an automated tool translate for you in real time? And usually, because of these welcoming of yapping sessions and whatnot, the answer in a very, hot take, human experience is going to be at a premium, in my opinion, in the coming years. And I'm genuinely curious, what is the premium and what is the price that can be placed on the ability to keep each other company, to talk about things that is not disjointed and like substituted for a mediation between something that's artificial. So hopefully, in my opinion, I think I'm gonna say it's gonna be unlikely that this won't be, that's a double negative. I am wagering that this will likely become one of the central talking topics in the coming years. The value of human interaction. So until then, we can continue to embrace our occasional privileges of being able to share some experience, however vicarious or asynchronous, and keep each other motivated. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.